Okay, so hello and welcome to this Arc 3 of the Cypher FunShot storyline. This is the Demon Blade Part 1. I am Viktor, the GM. I did at least remember. It's the 27th of April, 2024. It's still weird to say. Here are the players.
Evening, my name is Alexander. Lockheart, Dourf, speaker, exactly the sort of person.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris and I'm going to be playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Hi everyone, I'm Nat and I'm playing Riven, who is a tough warrior who masters weaponry.
And hi, I'm Sean, I'm new to the group, and I will be playing Falkwin, who is a human mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally.
Excellent. Yes, so we have a Jet, aka Scott, taking a bit of a break from this arc. Hopefully he will return in a future arc. And Hannah, aka Myr'ra, will be joining this arc. Maybe next session, maybe the following, depending on when our next session is. Hopefully we can get Hannah back ASAP for some more fun crow craziness. So, changing some things. So obviously the splash screen, I'm going to change some of that on our stream. So let me just move some of this. Where does this go? How do I do this? I think there we go. So that goes red. That's what we want. Yeah.
Did you have to change the bulb?
I did, and then there we go. The title. We'll change that to be darker as well, so it stands out against the darker background, or the redder background even, not darker. Okay, well, I figured it's the Demon Blade, it's no longer, you know, the peaceful arcs of the past. So
At what point were they peaceful?
There were lots of pieces going around. It was very peaceful.
Full of pieces.
There, pieces here.
Yes, so on that note then, and mostly obviously for Falkwin's benefit, like, what do you use, if you could summarize the highlights of this group's journey, how has that been?
Politics is insane. The swords are tricky. And we have one of them. Nobody panic, but we have one of them and we shouldn't.
Yes, who has one of them and how do they use it?
Oh, don't play with it, please. Please, Nori, please.
Sky jail already?
I don't want you dead in session 1.
New character introducing.
Scruff you like a cat, I swear. So our first
yeah, we
arc-
started off.
Yeah, it was fun. Go for it, Nori.
Yeah, we had a problem with horses for a full session. We resolved that thanks to some wrangling.
Space shenanigans.
I cannot hear you at all, Alexander. Sorry.
Yeah, I have to turn you up like
About
full.
anybody else.
I can just hear
full
him,
volume.
but I've got the ability to.
There we go. Try speaking now. That's how big the volume went.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's okay. This is professional, right?
But yeah, we were sent to Queen Loudon, who is the Queen of the Humans, her hometown, Loudon Hall, because there was a problem with people not dying. And not in like a, oh yay, wait, as in, oh no, that person's being in a terrible accident and they're not dying, this is bad. Like, death was starting to become a bit of a problem. But not for everyone, just some. So we were sent to figure that out, and it was emotional trauma was the actual answer. A little boy
Yes.
whose Mum was the Queen's guard, Samda. She had passed away and he wasn't dealing with it very well. And he watched his dog get hit by a cart and got so upset about it that an angel heard him and went, "Nah, I'm going to deal with this for you," and just stopped everything from dying that he had interacted with.
And why was an angel able to hear him?
Because it was so... like, he was so hurt. It
But
heard him
there's
because he was...
But where was the angel?
I mean... I mean, the angel we interacted with was outside his mum's grave, but that's not where the dog got hurt.
No,
'Cause I
but
was
why was the angel outside his mum's grave?
Oh yeah, it turns out we just leash angels onto people's graves so people can't do necromancy on it. Or do magic on it in general. And when I say leash, I mean they're not asked.
I was going to say, the angel doesn't sound like it enjoyed that.
I don't think it's a great experience for it. So that's a thing. The only way to fix it was to convince the boy to let the dog die. And we fixed it.
And we ended the session there, strangely enough.
Yeah, and so unsurprisingly, we were just like,
Yeah.
and we're away home now, let's not do this.
I mean, we epilogued a bit to try and soak up some of the,
Yeah.
reticence.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that was
When
the
you're in
first
a village and you realise that a vampire is upset about people living, then you know you're in a bad place.
Oh yeah,
Or
the mayor's a vampire, but
there's a
he's
bad thing
peak.
going on.
He's peak. It's Lawrence Wellandbone, the vampire.
Mhm.
He's a good vampire.
Who invites people in?
The elven people she was sucking the neck of might not agree with that, but yeah.
Oh, he was
yeah.
giving them money. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and that's the only reason Riven didn't fight with him.
With vampirism in the conversation, how are we defining sucking neck?
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
I will
both.
leave that
At
to your
one point-
imagination.
At one point, we came in and the people were scantily clad, so probably both is the answer.
Does it get hotter in
He
here?
also-
Like,
He also has a bitching guard who is completely clad in armor, and we don't know what he is. He's not human, is all we know.
yes, I think his exact words were, "I'm not of Denk," which is
And
the human
Dick is
country.
the Fun time.
Mhm.
We got home. Loudon was in a pissy mood, and basically someone had said they were actually the rightful rulers. I'm assuming Viktor's told you how the swords work?
Yes.
Yes. So someone basically said that Loudon wasn't the real queen, that they were. And Loudon was like, "Go fucking end that person's entire career, please." So that was the next.
Now you agree.
No, I don't agree.
To be fair, Chris, Nat did stand by, like, who the fuck is this person with the balls this size trying to take on an officially established system? And obviously then things transpired.
Yeah, and then things transpired. So I explained Arc 1, someone else can do Arc 2.
Dealer's choice, which is me. So I guess both of you, at the same time, be perfectly in sync.
In the beginning,
We discovered that we could travel by use of the Arcanatrix, who helped us get back to Loudon quicker than the 7 days it originally did. And we also discovered that the gentleman that's about to speak next did not enjoy that experience.
I mean, there was a little bit of teleportation madness, but once a
you
little
told
bit of
someone
that
they
between friends.
smelled bad.
They did. You guys are just all gaslighting me, saying that they didn't.
Gaslight Geeko.
Does teleportation release sewer gases or something? Like,
I think he just is sassy.
So, teleporting in this world is quite dangerous. It's rarely done unless, like, dire emergencies. Very few people would casually teleport. Oh, I'm coming through again. That was weird. Did anybody hear me twice there? No, just me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
briefly.
Mhm.
Don't know
Briefly.
where it came from.
Never speak to me again. So, yeah, the teleporting, as I said, very risky. Basically,
teleporting, as I said,
nah,
very risky.
I'm coming through, I believe, from yours. I think.
No, how?
Me neither, and it's really weird. I hate my own voice, despite all the content online.
You're haunted.
I am, but that's besides the point. I hate that
Haunted.
none of this is doubling though when I'm, filling. So anyway, the teleporting is kind of like getting dosed with a heavy amount of radiation. So you just don't want to be doing it, because it's quite a big thing being volleyed across the world. Not easy. It's also why the Fae, 900 years ago, being a massive problem, they were having access to a thing called the Faeways, which is how they travel, which is like teleporting, and that's why they were so dangerous, because of their ability to just move around, which was something the party then got a brief experience of at one point, but we're skipping ahead. Lockhart.
So we continued on from there to try and track down Usurper, and eventually...
Who was the Usurper?
Well, when we got to them, after much travel, regulations, we found a fairly pleasant, mild-mannered, tall, obviously not Riven tall, a great bushy hair, who was named Vermi, who then was able to, with some degree of proof, show that she was the rightful.
Denk.
So she, as I say, she could do a thing which could make it like, yeah, she had proof. So it was a bit of a crisis, like, which side should we be on? Some of us were more willing to just throw their service away to the crown and all that they'd done before and fall to the feet of this new person. Others remained loyal servants. But we found that Vermi was in fact going to be communing with the Fae. It's a bit like, okay, this is also not good. Various owl monster shenanigans as well thrown in, and we find out that Vermi then does meet with Fae and release it from stasis prison sort of thing, and in return given a boon of some description. Members of the party also received some help, others.
Yeah. Chris, anything you want to add to that?
Apart from me going in a huff for a couple of hours during that episode, just convinced that we were doing the wrong thing by supporting Vermi or even encouraging Vermi. Our job was to kill her. Yeah. We moved on from that quickly. And we went back to the capital city. Where we were joined. Well, as Ryan alluded to, we were transported there through the Faeways. I cannot remember the Fae's name.
Chiral. So Chira.
And Chiral, yeah. When we arrived back, Lockhart got himself a promotion. I went and got drunk.
Yep.
And we all met up to discover that Vermi was in prison.
Well, we've kind of skipped a small significant step there, Chris. We've skipped a tiny little bit about the challenge.
Loudon turned up.
Yes, of course.
Put the sword in between them.
Yes.
They were to call the sword, it went to Loudon. Challenge was done. And if you challenge for a sword and then fail, your life's forfeit. You're basically risking your head, quite literally. Vermi got put in prison. We went to see Vermi. Vermi very quickly explained she didn't feel anything from that sword. but could feel the presence of the sword somewhere else in the castle. So we were kind of bamboozled as to what the fuck was going on. There was some extremely good rolls in RP from Lockheart and from Nori to get us into where we guesstimated where this sensation was coming from. Of course it was the vault, the big vault that we had to get into where we weren't supposed to be. Got in, and there was another sword that looked exactly like Loudon's. Vermi got out. We don't know how Vermi got out, but we know that the guard that we met's probably got a concussion. But they're fine now, that poor soul. Met us at the gate, or at the doors of the vault, summoned that sword and it went straight into her hand. So it's like, right, so that sword responds. Loudon's sword responded, so what's going on? Battle ensues. And then between Loudon and Vermi, while we were dealing with guards who were a bit like, what the fuck is happening? Vermi came out on top, only for a thing, another entity to come out of Loudon's body, declaring itself the Demon Lord. And the sword that it left behind was the sword for the demons. So we very quickly kind of did some math, some mental math, and I think we guesstimated that it had been wearing Loudon's skin for a while, like a couple of years, if I'm remembering correctly.
It
when
was
she got
hard
married.
to place, but it was some point before Loudon got married to Douglas DeGale. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was very out of character for her. So yeah, this thing had been wearing her skin and parading around as her for potentially a few years. And Vermi was her daughter, which she had to, remember this correctly, the Dragon King's brother.
Yes.
And the reason they kept that under wraps was that could cause a lot of discourse between the other blades, because they could be like, all right, so the humans and the dragons are going to unite under what could be like a very strong banner. And it could make the others very nervous. So Vermi was very much kept hidden. So we had to try and help Vermi deal with having to kill the thing that was wearing her mum as a skin suit, which is, probably pretty traumatizing. And unfortunately, in that altercation, Chiral got stabbed by one of these swords, which were specifically designed to fuck with a fae. So we have a severely injured fae, who is actually at least Riven made friends with him. And made a deal with Jet and Myr'ra. Made a deal with him. But was a very nice creature, at least by Riven's standards. Also, we established that Chiral was locked away by other fae. And it's something to do with bringing silver, like the metal silver, into the world. We don't know why that was such a thing that they got upset with, but something to do with silver. So it basically ended with our new queen, Vermi, asking us to Vermilion, yes, asking us to get rid of the sword because we still have the demon blade. It is still there in the middle of Denk, and that could be a bit of a diplomatic oh no, because it would be like, why have you got that?
Yeah.
So
yeah, Demon Lord leaves the smoking gun in your hands, and there's like, peace out, fuckers.
Yep.
Basically, yeah.
Yep.
One thing, can't touch the sword, or can't touch it for too long, because if the sword establishes you're not the person that's supposed to be holding it, it makes you regret it.
So, a couple of things on that.
Careful.
It's not so much that you can't carry a sword, one of the 5 blades specifically, it's that you can't wield one of the 5 blades. The phrasing's very important there, it's intent. So if your intent is to wield the sword and utilize its abilities, it won't go well for you. But you could carry it to your ruler if that was your job. So yes, any one of you are able to lift the sword. It's just whether you want to. And
not this one. There was something about this sword that there was something off about it.
Well, I mean,
that much being said, like
it's
Don't hold it too long, the voices get loud.
I mean, I think that might have been us musing about it. I don't think there was anything official said about that. Mostly just people don't really want to touch a sword given to the devils, right? That's something that's not ideal. The thing that was different about this sword, which I don't know if it came up or not, but obviously all the other like blades, as they were, the items that were made to pass down through rulers, there have only ever been 7 devils.
Yeah, and it was originally. It's now Wrath that is it Wrath that has it?
Pride.
Pride.
It's Pride. It's Pride that has it. But I think it belonged to somebody, another one of the 7, and they're all still alive.
Yes.
Which is weird because usually the sword picks somebody new when the person that's got it at the start is dead. It's like, all right, I need a new wielder. But it certainly sounded like all 7 are still alive, but the sword changed hands.
Yes, that seems to be some understanding. Very few people know anything about that because, well, they just haven't asked the devils those questions, or at least not got answers from the devils. But yes. So, I guess from anyone, any questions at this point in the story? All good? I think that's good enough.
Can we do same day shipping and just drop it in the mountain? Can I have a Cypher that is a drone that I can...
High cast FedEx.
Yeah.
So, go for it, Alexander.
Amazon Prime.
No, finish that question. Something else.
Okay.
Mine?
Yep.
Where do the demons live, pray tell?
So, see how I put that little very crude map in our chat? Okay. So, Denk is the big area at the bottom right. That's the big human area. Okay. You've got the short mountains between Denk and Caldera. Caldera is the devil's land, the demon land. The short mountains are where the dwarves live, and the tiny little kind of city underneath the short mountains, Voros, is where Riven is from. Somewhere west of the D on Denk is where that village is that Nori's from, or Nori's people are from. It's just not on my very, very crudely drawn map. And yeah, so obviously there's a big divide in the ocean between. There's the other continent. We don't really need to speak much about that, other than the looming threat of the Rakishan Empire building their power. And the Table of the Five Blades Alliance is pretty much what keeps the Rakishans on that side of the water. And also they're cats and they don't like water, so they don't come over, basically, those things. The orcs and the lizard folk also live over there, and various other races. But yeah, mostly the elves, the dragons, the dwarves, the humans, and the devils and / demons live here. In the centre is the neutral kind of territory. It used to all belong to the Ironroot elves. Pretty much Caldera used to belong to the Ironroot elves long ago, but all that was like gifted to the devils, and the Ironroot elves made Cascade City as a fortress to fight the Fae, and they're all gone now. Because of the Fae War. But so are the Fae, yay! Except at least one that you know of. But they're on the way out, so it seems.
The Fae in this world are very spooky and very dangerous and not to be trusted. And is that the right vibe?
Yeah.
I'll let you answer, yeah.
Chiral was better because he was very careful with what he said. Like when he asked for our names, he didn't ask to give us our names. He was like, he was very careful in making sure there was no transactional words.
We should be aware of each other's names, I think is what he said to the group.
Yeah, so he was always making sure that, there was never even going to be an accidental one. We know their world's entirely in black and white, which is odd. Hugely influenced by the moon. A lot of people, when they claim they've seen the Fae, are a bit... and a lot of people are like, oh, right, you're okay. I think the one that Viktor used quite a lot was, I killed my neighbor, and the Fae did it. The Fae made me do it, but land now, please, because it's my neighbour. So why not?
Mhm.
You know, a lot of people would attribute you.
It's a bit like the
some
boogeyman,
stuff
right?
like-
Like, it's easy to blame it on something that's hard to prove, and you don't even want to go about trying to prove it in case it does actually incur something fey. But yeah, like, I mean, a long time ago, the boogeymen were the devils and demons, right? And then the Fey War happened, and then the Fey became a very real threat to the world. And now it's been long enough that people start to look at demons again with that kind of look. That's like old prejudice and stuff again. I mean, a lot of it's valid, given that a lot of the things that happen, there are a lot of deals made for people's souls with the devils, and that can go very well or very badly, and it can result in a lot of corrupted people. So yeah, not great. So there are reasons, obviously, but then a lot of people still make deals with them, so there must be something in it, you know?
Not all bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely not, like, I guess to explain a bit of the tiers of, you've got the devils, who are the 7 people that rule Caldera and rule over the demons. Demons are created by the devils through soul transactions. If you're like a person that made a deal with the devil, you're a Balgain or a Balrain, I can't remember the exact terminology there is, so let me see. Barlen means you've made a deal and it's went well, so that's a Barlen. So that means like maybe you've went, oh, I would love to have cool wings and be able to fly all the time. 1 soul, please. But then everyone in your family line from that point on will have that curse, that taint of demonology about them. Thus, they're considered Helborn each generation after that. The other ones are the, let's see, Falgain. Falgain, that's it, yep. And they're the ones that made deals that went really bad and warped and twisted, and they're basically monsters now, like mindless, soulless monsters. And they fill the ranks of the demon army. Because the devils who made the deals have control over them. But
So the cast of the Doom game.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, it's not great. So yeah, any kind of nightmarish monster that you've fought against or seen people talk about or whatever, or heard people talk about, I should say, have probably been one of the Falgain, which is not great. They tend not to procreate, as you can imagine, being kind of mindless monsters. But yes, trying to think what else.
The other thing is, although we spoke about no transactions, we were left a gift of a silver
Yes.
coin.
That was what I was. Oh, no, it wasn't.
Mhm.
That is also there. Oh, right.
Yeah, we were given a silver coin by Cairo.
Yes. Yes, this was before they got
Unmarked.
injured, of course.
Yeah.
Riven tried to give theirs away, but then couldn't find it when they wanted to give it away. And as soon as they were walking away, they found it in their pocket, as if, oh, okay.
It's not. Everything's very transactional in the sense of like, you know, if he gives you something, it is purely for you. You can't bring others into it. It's very that way. But it was quite a. When we first saw it, I certainly remember like the descriptions that were used when we first saw it in the lake, and it like literally didn't have a shape anymore. Like it had become just nothingness, and then it eventually managed to drag itself back into existence and corporealness. So and he's been in there for a while, potentially since the war or before it. So yeah, Cairo went through a lot of shit by his own people, certainly through what we've figured out. Doesn't really want to talk about it. Is very curious about, I think, as he referred to children as the small ones.
Yes.
So we learned about that's how Fae procreate. They just, if they need more, there just will be more. They don't have kids because he didn't even know what a child was. It's just my army needs another 1,000 to win. Cool, there's now 1,000 more.
So we have them. Yeah.
Yeah, they were always there, kind of thing. So
Yeah, like, isn't that it? Like, it wasn't that they were made; they just always were there.
they were always there. That was another thing about their teleportation. When they teleported us as a group, and Riven is 7'8", into a room full of people, no one was like, "Oh my god, where did they come from?" It was like we had always been in the room, so no one really reacted, and that kind of established with us why probably the Fae are so scary, because
Yeah.
you wouldn't react to one turning up. Your brain would be like, "They were standing there the whole time."
Yeah, it's like they're the ones who get to stitch the fabric of time and space.
Yeah,
together, if you
they
like.
decide
just-
what was correct the whole time. So
Mhm.
that's why the Fae are feared. But Chiral, I certainly think, was on our side. Did a lot for us and for Vermin.
And was very upfront about what they could and couldn't help with, right? Like, they were definitely as upfront as, I guess, probably more so than my normal NPCs, right? Chiral was definitely a case of, I can't answer those questions you're asking because I am bound by rules from my world and I need to play by those, whereas you play by the rules of your world. Yeah, so it does feel like whoever have imprisoned Chiral definitely left certain assurances that Chiral couldn't discuss it openly also, if they ever did get out, which did seem like it wasn't likely to happen without some kind of intervention, be it Vermi or anyone else. Yes, stuck in a sensationless void for who knows how long, not great. The other thing is, though, Chiral did say roughly what they were doing with the silver. They pretty much seemed to, like, the implications, what you could work out, because you were asking specific questions and Chiral was hinting at going, you need to ask a different way. And there was an moonlight glass was mentioned, which is a substance that seems to get made through like the use of silver, and that seemed to be important enough or dangerous enough that it warranted restrictions on Chiral. But there wasn't really much more learned about that, other than I think someone asked, "Oh, is that what the 5 blades are made of?" And I clearly stated no. People would know it wasn't that.
Oh yeah, and Chiral brought silver into the world via fucking yeeting it out of space. He
I was
implied
gonna
that he
say the
just
exact
pulled the
same thing.
a meteor worth of silver into the planet.
Yeah.
Obviously not in a bad enough way that fucking, like, dinosaured us. Just was like, I've been here. So yeah, that's how strong Chiral is.
Well, you're saying dinosaured you, but when did Chiral make that happen?
I mean, if it got him in prison.
But remember, it was always there.
Shut up.
So that's again, I think we've learned the 101s of do not fuck with the Fae if you can help it. There's a reason why it took everybody to kick them out.
The mountain that Vermi was in and the mountain that Chiral was under, or like on top of, but in the water underneath. Yes, it's a silver mine.
Yeah.
Take from that what you will.
Yes.
But don't take the silver from it.
No.
Don't take the silver from it.
Yeah, in terms of like the world currency and stuff, silver is a coin in the world. It's just one you wouldn't save. So if you were saving money, your family's vault would be full of like gold and maybe copper, but never silver. You would always want silver to be moving. Like it could sit for like, a week or two or whatever, depending how brave you are, but you wouldn't want to be hoarding silver on any level. People tend not to have silver jewelry. Some people do, because some people think it, is a sign of like, hey look, we won and this is a thing to remember by, hence the coins and currency. Part of the terms of the war ending was that silver was included in the currency, and that was something the Fae stipulated, was that it had to always be like relevant, basically. The party have seen tombs being warded with silver, like runes and stuff. So it is definitely still used, but very cautiously around the world.
I found that quite funny in a sad way, I think.
Yes.
Like, I got imprisoned for this shit, really? And you're using it as currency.
Yes. Chiral was a bit incredulous at the revelation when the people were like, yeah, we have it as our coins. And he was like, you what? Really? Okay. Hence why they all found a silver coin in their pocket. A blank silver coin when Chiral seemingly vanished during the confrontation between the queens. But then the party later found that Vermi and Chiral agreed that he should not be there.
For safety purposes.
Yes. And then as we discovered, Chiral then intervened for safety purposes to stop Vermi getting stabbed by Loudon and took the hit himself. So yes. Yeah, so in terms of us just starting, unless anyone has anything dire to add, yep.
So I don't have a lot of memory of it, but I do have it written about a magic ring / torch.
Yes, so Vermi gave the party of that last session just a token of her appreciation, basically, and had the group like a little memento made. And it was essentially a magical artifact. It was a ring that allows them, I think the exact cipher is something like psychic communicate, technically, but it basically allows people to send a message, and I think it's like a 1 in d6 chance of burning out. So you've essentially, like, the party have a ring. Obviously, sadly, Falkwin wouldn't have one of these rings, but everybody else who did the second arc, it was their quest reward, right? They did that raid, so they got that reward. I know that
We all
Lockheart...
have one of them each, 'cause I don't have a note.
I mean, it was definitely said to note down, so yes, you all should have one. I'm trying to see if I've wrote it down anywhere like that's useful, because it might be in... Yes, so it's in the Pride's Claim arc chat that we've got. I'll just... Can I pin this? Pin message. Okay, I'll pin that in the Pride's Claim arc. I've obviously done some editing on there, and it was called the Lightscale Royal Thank You Ring for a placeholder name. Because Vermi's full name is Vermilion Lightscale. Lightscale being her dad's last name. Mostly because she lived with her dad rather than her mom, because again she was raised by the dragons. You can tell with just the way she acts, I guess, that she was raised by dragons, to be honest, because her attitude is very much a case of, well, I'm here now and I'm doing stuff. But yes, so for those, have you all found it in the chat? Yeah. It says, allows the user to project a one-time, one-way telepathic message of up to 10 words per cipher level. It's level 3, so it's 30 words. With an unlimited range to anyone they know. Also, it has the side effect of it can shed light to illuminate everything in short range. And it remains until you use an action to stop it, basically. So you turn it on and off. Basically, it's an infinite use torch, and also it has a 1 in d6 chance of depletion for the communication side of it.
Does it count as one of our limited ciphers?
No, it's an artifact, not a cipher.
Goes below your equipment.
Yep. So artifacts have depletion rolls rather than.
You know what?
Like,
yes, I've got it there.
Yep.
That's why.
But
Sorry, I was
that's
looking
okay.
in the wrong place. I was
You look
looking at
ciphers. Yep, that's okay. So ciphers are one-off
Yeah.
uses. This ring is a repeatable use. Recharging artifacts is quite tricky. It is possible, but obviously time-consuming and/or expensive, or sometimes both. So bear that in mind. When you use this artifact, once you've used it, you would roll the depletion roll afterwards, because it always works while it has charge. But if you roll a 1 on your d6, then it just means that you need to find a way to recharge it. It's not a dud, and your light will still work on it as well. But once you've used it and you roll your d6 and it doesn't come up with a 1, it's good to be used again and again and again until the 1 comes up. But there are enough magical people in the world that could find ways to at least reset, put some more charge back in it and stuff. It just might mean they might have a side quest for you, or you might have to impart with some money, or in some way bully them into doing it. Whatever seems to be, the way forward. All good with the Lightscale Royal Thank You Ring? But even just saying that makes it feel like a Dark Souls ring, the way I've worded its name. I should have wrote some lore for it. I mean, technically you guys are the lore for it, so...
Yep.
Yeah. And it was like 3 different bands of metal, all kind of together, so it looked a bit like rose gold, gold, and silver almost woven together. Were the 3 kind of colours, all kind of like a braid. Or how that looked. It's just the same kind of way as well as like technically Riven's sword's an artifact, which technically means it's enchanted in some way. Like magic has helped make it as perfect as the blade actually is itself. Have seen abilities, Riven, that knock out artifacts from working, which I'm like, how would that actually affect Riven's sword? So I guess it just wouldn't give you that like the easing of tasks thing, the asset.
Yeah.
Is the only thing it would affect because it's still a big slab of metal and thus a sword, right?
Yep.
So
Doesn't stop being a sword.
Yep. So yeah, it might not be as easy for you, but it's still gonna hurt when it lands. So
It lands,
it's
bitches.
quite good, and obviously your sword can't deplete because of the nature of it, which is good. Yeah, I think that's it. Was there anything
We
else?
also touched on lunatic wizards affected by the moon, disappearing in the moon and coming back
He's
again.
busy right now. He's fine.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for Sean's benefit, the party went to Loudon that town, for that first arc. There was a missing archmage of the town. They didn't really kind of look into it there. It was kind of later in the second arc that they were doing some research and they found out that Master Amblin, the kind of head wizard of Loudon, had just wandered off one day and never come back for like a month or something. And then every time when he was back, he told his apprentice, "Oh, I have to get back to the moon." And he was like, "Are you okay?" He was not okay, and then just wandered off and hasn't been seen since.
I see.
So that was just one of those loose ends. The party were like, "Do we care about that? We should care about that. Somebody should." Yeah, so Master Amblin of Loudon is possibly on the moon.
Random side question. Is there a castle and or theme park in Loudon Hall?
No, but you did ask about Loudon Hill, much like Alexander did. So yes, we'll throw that into the Loudon Hill bingo pile, or the jar, the square jar that is Loudon Hill.
I mean, Loudon Hall was like the vampire wants to turn the big estate that belonged to the previous queen into a school or a brothel. She said no.
One
Yeah.
of the two.
I mean,
What is
both
this?
being good for the town.
It's very fable.
It is actually that you said that. It is in fact actually just stole from Thale 3, isn't it?
Yep.
Wow,
Yep.
thank you, subconscious. Yeah, there we go. There's some inspiration from that.
I think it was an orphanage or a brothel.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. But I mean, there I had some tiny bit of artistic integrity there, a tiny bit of it, being a school. It might even have been an orphanage that I said last time, but who cares now? It wasn't allowed anyway. The mayor was very upset. We KT, everyone's best friend, eh?
On stream, don't say it too fast.
Yes, Mayor Contream. Who
He
signed
prefers being called Katie.
by his friends, yes. To which he considers the party friends, right? Whether they do or not, it's a different story. Yes. Right. Trying to think the best place to start. So you guys, minus Sean. So Sean, you'll be introduced when the party gets to Cascade City, right? Because that's where you'll be kind of based. So we'll catch up as soon as that
I'm not
happens.
physically with them.
Not currently, no. But feel free to play the voyeur for now. And then, yeah, so it's been 2 weeks, give or take, like maybe just shy of 2 weeks, since literally the last thing that we did on camera, for Arc 2, which was you guys getting the rings and Vermi saying her thank yous and kind of debriefing you guys on what she'd learned so far and then handing you guys the blade. You're pretty much approaching that kind of deadline of you can't really hang around Denkmark, the capital of the humans, like, because if this sword stays here and the demons come knocking, we have to then be like, yeah, we do weirdly have your ruling sword for some reason. That's a funny story. Let's go into that. And yeah, so yous have all kind of been summoned by Vermi to meet her. She is in the palace. Obviously, you guys have been up to whatever you've been up to for 2 weeks. Myr'ra has been at the Arcanatrix making arrangements for the Arcanatrix in Cascade City, the main building for it, not like an outreach like hall or whatever I'm calling them in Denkmark. So Myr'ra has actually travelled ahead of the party to go back to Cascade City, and has done what they can, because obviously you guys need some help with magical artifacts. You're keeping that as vague as possible, I think, as a group, I imagine. Not specifying really important magic swords, that may or may not be very influential in the world's politics this side of the water. So yeah, I think I'm just going to call that ocean the Expanse, because I'm very, very lazy with names just now. So until I have a better name, the ocean between the two continents is just called the Expanse. Not to be confused with the country, the Span, which is the Dragon territory, because, you know, names are hard. So yeah, as I said, Myr'ra's been sent ahead. That is pretty much what Myr'ra has done, is reported in her amazingly vague but convincing way that the Arcantrix should send more assistance, and that will be Sean's character, Falkwin, who will be someone slightly more versed in some magical artifacts as a kind of like basis of their study. So the Arcantrix will send them. They're only sending a mage because, well, Hannah was vague for reasons, right? Like, you know, Myr'ra couldn't specify too much without tipping you guys as a, yeah, we have this really problematic item and don't really know what to do with it, and send help, please. Because the Arcantrix would, I mean, maybe they would have taken it off your hands, but should they? Probably not. Yeah. But yes, you guys are summoned by Vermi. Again, you're seen all the kind of, you know, respect of your kind of, I guess, renown deserves, which is probably slightly more deference to Riven and Lockhart. Maybe not quite as much to Nori, but I think Nori likes it that way. The less guards that know Nori's face, the better, probably. But it really depends.
They all know me one way.
I mean, they definitely all will know you eventually as well, probably. I don't imagine that 2 weeks has been a redemption journey for Nori in any way. So maybe
I can imagine so.
just a celebration, perhaps. But yeah, so
into that vault once. Let's see if I can do it again.
third time's the charm, right? So yeah, Nori was arrested for trying to break into the Royal Vault initially, hence why he joined the first story arc under some kind of duress.
My secrets.
Sorry, allegedly.
Allegedly,
yeah,
thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Alleged crime.
Yes. So yes. Anyway, so you're in the kind of like antechamber waiting on Vermi turning up. I don't know if you have hung out in the last 2 weeks or whatever, but you are probably, I mean, mixed feelings to pleased to see each other again. I imagine. And then obviously we're going to skip a lot of small talk just for the sake of brevity, because we could be there a while. I'm just assuming we're all pleasant to each other, and possibly all had various tasks, and maybe even kept in touch with your magic rings. Who knows? But yes, Vermi kind of walks in, and Vermi always wears kind of comfy clothes, right? Is not anywhere near as formal as Queen Loudon was. Like, Loudon always dressed the part, but was raised basically a princess. Vermi was kind of raised as, like, you know, an on-the-road kind of travelling scamp for the most part, right? From what you've seen. So, a very practically dressed Vermi kind of walks in, looking, you know, somewhere between pleased to see you guys, but also, oh god, I have to people, right? That kind of strain on her face. And she looks and she does her smile, or practiced smile. Then kind of like slumps her shoulders back and goes, well, it's nice to see you all, for what it's worth. How have you all been?
Most well, Your Grace, and I hope you have been keeping well under the circumstances, that is.
And likewise, I hope your search for a right hand for me has gone well.
Some promising prospects.
And for context there, Lockheart was tasked to find a new Queen's Guard for Vermi, since nobody seemed to want the job for Loudon after Samda died, or at least Loudon seemed not to be pleased by any candidates. It seems telling now, though, later when we've learned more about Loudon, maybe why they didn't care for a guard, but yeah, it's official, it's a position that needs filled, so Lockhart has been assigned to kind of get a good candidate in place. And she kind of like smiles and nods at that, and she says, that's good, I'm sure you'll pick someone that will fulfill their duties. She like looks at Riven and looks at Nori and kind of nods.
Oh, there's Chiral.
She, her face definitely like can't really hide the kind of emotions crossing her. She definitely looks a lot more melancholy about it all, and she says, yes, not good. 2 weeks of this kingdom's best physicians, magical or otherwise, and we are no further forward. Chiral seems to be fighting the wounds, but it seems to be taking all of their focus. For something so... kind of like looks for the words on the floor, and then kind of like looks up at you guys and says, we all know what Chiral is capable of. It seems like this is taking a lot from them to even just be there in pain. Looks like, it definitely looks like she's like really like almost like choking down like tears there. Looks very upset by it and says, but I am hopeful that something can be done. But speaking of that, we have parallel things to discuss. I am in a somewhat awkward position where I cannot even admit to the possession of a certain item. And you shouldn't admit to the possession of a certain item. Kind of looks around the room conspiratorially and says, the blade has remained in the city for too long. It needs to move. Like I could sense my blade, and she like puts her hand on her hip, where the third blade sits. She goes, the second blade cannot remain here. I cannot officially tell you what to do with that blade, nor can I even admit that I know you have that blade officially. If it came out that I had knowledge of it, it could be quite disastrous for the table. This is why I believe that Pride will also not make any overt moves, given the... well, I imagine if you rule against 6 other beings of your ilk, it would be quite stressful to maintain some authority, and without the blade, perhaps they are more vulnerable than they would like to admit to their siblings. Kind of like nods, as if convincing herself, yeah, the devils won't be a problem because that makes a problem for them too, right? Right?
Infighting, right?
Yeah. But you can tell she's not that convinced by this. She's just kind of hoping that's the case, right? That maybe the embarrassment of that will be a thing. So she kind of like takes a deep breath and goes, the experts that have sworn to secrecy regarding Chiral suggest that perhaps the blade itself could be a clue in his recovery. I have to admit this is quite beyond my experiences, but perhaps while you are doing whatever it is you deem necessary with that blade, you could try and find out if there is some truth to that. If we could have Chiral recovered, it would be... I would be grateful. I kind of like holds everyone kind of gaze at that and kind of like nods. You can tell like maybe she needs this. Like maybe she's been having not the best time in 2 weeks, you know, learning what it means to be queen, taking on the responsibilities of... yeah.
It's a W.
And then on that she says, some good news, however. The Rocks Fall encampment, I'm sending some support. As I mentioned before, I've disbanded any form of military ideal down there, and it is being renamed as Pride's Fall. It will become a settlement of the kingdom. A somewhat nice beginning for those displaced people. Kind of just like nods again, as if that's a win, right? That's a nice thing. So yeah, and she, again, her eyes like keep like darting back to the floor as if. You know, you can tell she's a bit comfier with you guys. She's maybe had to hold her shoulders back a lot with a lot of the people she's been speaking to, and you know, dealing with the pomp that is now being a head of state, essentially. She says, I need to address the Grand Council in Cascade City sooner rather than later. I'll be travelling with a royal entourage, I suppose. But I would appreciate it if you could all go ahead of my visit and seek out the answers that I cannot ask. We must learn anything we can about these blades, how they function, how we can potentially undo. I can't tell you to destroy that blade, and I don't even know if I had the authority to sanction that if I would. The devils, while a direct threat to me, are part of the Grand Council on this continent. The table fractured could be devastating for this continent. I don't want to be responsible for the Rakishan Empire making any moves. The world got a lot bigger in the last 2 weeks. Kind of like half smirks at that. And then very quickly, like this kind of joy leaves her face, and she says, I believe you're fairly well acquainted with the Countess that holds one of my seats in the council. Kind of gestures to Riven.
He is closest friend and confidant. I assure you, she is on our side through somebody to twist the devils that turn up for their chairs at the table. She'll keep them spinning. She's clever.
Yes, I'm not eager to change out all the pieces on the board. Let's put it that way. I think some familiarity is what the people need. The former king consort, Dugal, is somewhat recovered after certain revelations. That was difficult. Kind of just like nods to kind of to herself. Yes, telling people one story and the truth being quite different has been heavier than I thought it would be these past 2 weeks. How are you all coping with that?
It has been the most difficult to adapt to.
Kind of like nods.
Seldom. Well, get used.
Do you? She kind of like says almost like, please let that be true.
Yes. Have we lied to you yet? Great lion.
She kind of like smirks at that and she says, yes, here's hoping we never get to the stage where lies are necessary between us. Lockheart goes back through the hedge.
I never lied to my queen, and he didn't.
Which one?
Only had one. There is more to the intrigue of the devil being here. Do we know why? Has there been any revelations about what they were hoping to achieve?
I have people watching the politicians that were close to Queen Loudon. It has only been 2 weeks. The funeral arrangements have taken their time. I believe if anything any moves were to be made, I believe they would wait until after the mourning period was over. However, given that Sir Sam de Perron had mysterious circumstances to her death, and now Queen Loudon, the official statement is that they were challenged and I won, and there will be many questions, no doubt, about why I was able to challenge a sitting queen. So far the public relations offices have dealt with this, but the questions haven't stopped. If we can have some kind of official answer that has as much of the truth as people would stomach, I would prefer this. I would rather the people knew who their queen was, and ideally tell them the truth if the devils have made a ploy into dank politics, like we know they have. I would like to be able to tell my people why, and that it's over. I will not cause riots without some form of information. Kind of like, again, like kind of steadies herself a bit, and she says, I only ask that you obviously employ the utmost care in who you trust. I know that Myr'ra has returned to the capital city of... I don't know if people would call it the capital city, I suppose. I call it the capital because of the capital of the continent, but you know, the continent's capital, the people's capital. But yeah, Cascade City. She has returned there to seek assistance from the Arcanatrix. Hopefully they can send someone that can be trusted. Myr'ra will make sure that that person is reliable and not so eager to make a name for themselves with such information. I will say, however, if that person proves that they can't be trusted, this needs to be kept secret until we know how to tell the people. This is not something I will take to my grave.
May I give you a suggestion?
Please do.
Your people, your support from Pridesfall, add some of them to your bodyguard.
She kind of like smirks.
You know you can trust them.
I have done so, yes. Not many, as I said, not enough to cause alarm in the status quo, but as you know, I can handle myself, Nori, but I appreciate the concern. I think if this is going to work, I have to trust the people here as much as they have to trust me, and...
Yes, but they took out one queen already.
Kind of like her eyes again, like kind of dart around as if looking for the answer to that, and she kind of just smiles and goes, yes. I would like to believe that I can handle myself, but against the devil I am not sure. What I fought was not a full devil, it was merely a fraction of one possessing my mother. She looks to you, Riven.
Seek the counsel of the Dwarves. We live in the Short Mountains, and they are the barrier between our lands and theirs. They no doubt have things that deal creatures with such power, stop them getting in. Speak to her. Queen is just, she is kind, rowdy, and will drink you under the table.
Yes, I know tales of Queen Margot, but I feel if I were to make some private political moves to the Queen of the Dwarves before the Council and I have spoken officially for my ascension into the role, my draconic connections already caused turmoil there. If it were seen by the others that I was making alliances, it would not go so well, and given that that would flank Caldera, that could look quite targeted if I come at them with accusations that I cannot truly prove.
Is Talanis still in Boros, or is she in the capital?
You'd know she's in the capital.
She's in the capital.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume my wife is still back in Boros then.
I mean,
Speak with-
you could have in 2 weeks told her to move, though, right?
I
If
could
you-
have told her to move.
Yeah.
Speak with Talanis. Speak with my countess. She has a great relationship with her. And again, away with words. It would look like you're simply speaking to one of your chair. She would then speak to the Dwarven Queen, of course, as Voros is on the mountains, and we have the negotiations that we have with their refugees coming through the mountains from Caldera. It would seem simply that you were speaking to your own.
Kind of like nods and says, "Thank you, Riven. I'm sure that if you find the time while in Cascade City, you can discuss such things with the Countess before my arrival. It is a delicate process, this meeting. It needs to go smoothly. My uncle is going to complicate that somewhat, and I need that to be as smooth as possible." She kind of just like gives you the look of family. Mm-hmm. She kind of just nods and he goes, "However, I'm sure that given your, shall we say, notoriety so far, your skill, your achievements so far, I trust you all. And Denk needs to trust you all, even if they don't know it. This could be a war. This could in fact be a civil war between the table, if handled poorly. I do not want to be the first queen after the formation of the Blades to cause this."
The only thing worse would be to be the first queen who caused this, lost it.
Yes, Lockhart, that's quite true. Thank you for that.
So, if we were to nudge some of the scales, just to make sure that if the worst should happen, it's the second worst and not the absolute worst.
You can
I
speak
vote we
plainly
just
here, Lockhart. Look, please, if you have a plan to mitigate.
Simply that, as you say, having a flank upon the Calderan borders could prove provocative. Having the other flank as well secure, our own flank secure. A civil war is one thing. 4 of the table and 1 of the table, slightly different.
How do you fare our chances against the 7?
The 7 devils, I would not contemplate a conflict with the 7 against Denk.
Let's say it is the other 4 seats against the 5th. How would you fare the table's chances? I don't know how to size up a fight with a devil.
And that's something that I suspect the other 3 seats would better idea of. If they say that it can't be done, then we must ensure that it is not done.
And this assumes
them
the
against
elves
each
would
other.
side with us. No offense to present company, kind of like nods to Nori, but says, the elves have been known to be quite fickle. And the Goldleaf elves, if they even intervene at all. Our borders are with the Silverthorn, and our relations are, well, good to neutral, with a leaning into neutrality, I believe. They stay to their forests, we stay to our lands, and they seem to enjoy a lack of interaction.
Pit them against each other. 7. So you
I fear the collateral from something that potentially disastrous would be just as bad as a civil war, but perhaps maybe even contained to just Caldera if handled correctly.
literally have won among called envy. Didn't get the sword. That's a pretty ask me. But again, provoke 7 beasts with such levels of power.
No,
But
I think we want to
so
be
you
a
could-
scalpel in this situation. Somewhat more delicate. But I cannot advise you on any course of action, as you know.
we don't have anything that we shouldn't have.
Correct. Kind of just nods in that kind of quiet understanding. And then she says, Chiral does not necessarily have any kind of noble timeline for their recovery or demise. They have slowly gotten worse over the last 2 weeks, but it has been slow. I am unsure if the will of people trying to keep them alive is enough to sustain them, if that even has an influence on Chiral's chances. I will be here maintaining their survival, in my mind. But there are many amongst us that learn of Chiral that probably do not wish them to recover. And I fear this may influence that. So if you can discover anything that would help Chiral, please make it swift.
Survive.
And let's alleviate that struggle. I just nods to herself. This, however, is sadly secondary to the first matter. Chiral is a secret that can be kept better than the blade. I just nods. As if she doesn't believe that, but that's definitely, her official line,
That's the politically correct answer.
Yeah. Not that she's going to admit to having either of those things, right? The controversial queen that she is. Like, by the way, I've got a fae, in this tower I'm dedicating a lot of medical resources to. Also, there's this sword that could cause a massive civil war and possibly a continent v continent war if handled poorly. That's fine. There's no political pressure at all. Remember when I used to just sit and weave baskets with young children? That was great. Now everything is so heavy. Yeah, why did I do this? Why do I think this was like, oh, it's destiny, they say. It'll be fun, they said.
I would like to.
So yes. Does any of you have any questions for Verme? Or is that scene kind of done?
I give her a hug.
Yeah, she takes a hug. Yep.
Big
It's a
hug, big squeeze.
big strong woman hug. Yep. But yeah, I think if that's the case, you guys are then sent to Cascade City. I will ask very briefly, tentatively, who has anything they need to do in Denkmark first before leaving. And keep in mind you had 2 weeks to retroactively have done stuff.
Yeah. There's various things in that 2 weeks I think Lockheart would have been fairly busy with that probably have no real relation or impact on the.
But we can bring them up as we integrate more forward. I just don't want to spend too much time without Sean in the mix as well. But yes.
Riven runs up the tower, gives Chiral a kiss in the head, and just like, get back.
I mean, yeah, like, you're definitely allowed to go see Chiral if you want. Like she's not like, you can probably guess that she's, like, the room she came from is where Chiral is. Like, that's, where you were asked to meet. Considering he's not in, like, the royal infirmary or anything like that, right? Like, he is definitely being kept in a tower somewhere, is out the way as possible. And a lot of the reasoning behind the medical and various other is to do with the fact that, those who know something was up with Loudon. Hence the sword should have passed on, but didn't. Not everybody knows exactly the reason that, it looks like Pride possessed Loudon, who may have been dead for like a year plus, and has been ruling in her stead, and, got married, like, a lot of weird stuff happened, right? I mean, also denied turning her house into a brothel, so, like, what was the plans there? Like, I guess some of Loudon was left over, right? Like, no, that's my family home. You're not having that. Or was that the pride speaking? Who knows, right? So it's a lot of vagueness there regarding that. And naturally, the more vague and suspicious, obviously, Vermi is, the harder it's going to be to kind of like get our people on side, because it's not that difficult in this world. She has the sword, everybody's happy, generally. But there are definitely going to be people high enough up in the hierarchy of Dink that are going to ask questions, because it's like, we had a queen, she was alive, this queen killed that queen, now she's queen. What? How did she know she was supposed to be queen? Aren't we charging her with murder? Like, this seems premeditated. Like, there's loads of stuff, obviously, that could get blown out of proportion. And that's maybe rumours that, you know, between Lockhart and Nori, they may have picked up in various levels of the echelons of society, right? That, for the most part, people are just life as usual, right? You know, that's royal stuff and doesn't really affect me, but there are certain people that are like, how did that happen? So, the quicker that Vermi can actually tell people, so guys, this is actually what happened, the better. But obviously needs to do that without any form of repercussions being possible from the continent. Yeah. So anyway, my question. Anyone get anything to do before they leave for the Cascade City? Nothing?
See, Falkwin.
It's actually Falkwin's a Pokemon, that's all I can say.
He looks like the
Falkwin.
Nori, anything in the cat, like, you know, Denkmark, you want to do?
No, I think my 2 weeks have been a little bit of sniffing around just to try and gather rumours and things like that, and that was my warning to our queen that one queen's been taken down, so be careful.
Yeah, and it's a very valid statement as well, because obviously that's been a long time it took someone to notice something wrong. And arguably Pride was their own undoing. No, like, pun there, right? Like, they in fact were the ones that hired you guys to be like, people aren't dying over there and that's a problem. Like, what's that about? So yeah, definitely seems like maybe Pride got too comfy playing Loudon and made some really dumb decisions. Obviously not marrying Douglas DeGale, he's great, but like, yeah, slightly damaged man now, I guess, since it's just like,
It was a devil?
like,
Sorry.
well, it honestly depends
in
what
bed with the monster.
it depends what Vermi told him, right? Because we don't know how much he's been read in. Like, as I said, Vermi's kept a lot close to her chest. You guys know a lot more than what most people know.
Receive some serious psychic damage learning it's like, oh, by the way.
Yeah, so now that thing called sin, well, you're very intimately acquainted with it. Also, please brush
keep an
the
eye on
crumbs.
him.
Well, yes, that is the other thing that Vermi definitely will be doing, is she will be keeping an eye on him, because why did Pride marry him? It's odd. It's odd all round. Like, yeah, I'm very, very strange. But anyway, so you guys are traveling to Cascade City. How are you traveling there? Dare I ask such a charged question? Are you
I'm
going?
going to hope that Myr'ra has set up the teleportation for us the way they have done for themselves.
If you would,
Bamf us across.
if you want to obviously cash in on, you know, more resources of bamfing to the Cascade City, you can do. If you want, it does mean you get way more time before Vermi makes it there. Because Vermi won't be leaving anytime soon, but she has to get there in a reasonable time for the other leaders to assemble. Because that's like an official, when somebody gets a sword, everybody goes, oh yes, you have it now, cool, at least we know that. It's also debatable, like, the Silverthorn Elves and Bronzebark Elves always turn up, the leaders of those, but the Goldleaf Elves, 50-50, if they care. Like, but as long as one elf is representing them, it doesn't really matter. So, is everybody happy to get irradiated for the journey?
It's been weeks since the last time.
It has been, yeah. It's been like, what, like 3 weeks? About that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe 4 if you do travel time to the Pride's Rock.
That's what I was thinking, right? Because obviously that's why like it was at least 2 weeks of narrative just now, which is fine, and then he's bamfed to Loudenhall and travelled south. So yeah, like maybe 3 to 4 weeks it's been. So you're probably fine to get another dose of magic radiation, right?
We'll be fine.
I mean, do we start rolling on a random mutations table?
If we segue into that, I love that table. So yeah.
And we're back to Falkwin's image again.
Yeah. So yep. But yeah, so yeah, you just can like get bamfed straight to the Arcanatrix. I think Myr'ra will have made the arrangements there and probably let Falkwin know to expect the people he's assigned to. Falkwin is a he, I'm assuming, right? He, him. Yeah. So yeah, that's okay. I think for the most part, everyone except probably Chiral is their kind of gender's pronouns from what I remember. So I think Myr'ra is she, her. I think Riven is she, her. I think Lockheart is he, him. I think Nori is he, him.
That's never been discussed.
It hasn't, but now's a good chance to decide. Is Nori he,
Yes.
him, they, them, she, her, etc. Like, but yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody is like, I guess, like the assumed pronouns, except Chiral, who doesn't really have any need for pronouns, except the longer they hang around. But they do seem to be male presenting, so it's they or he, depending for Chiral. Everybody else, I guess, will wing as we go. But yeah, so in the kind of like room dedicated to the ritual that is the sending of matter and people, and trying to make sure it stays in the form it was sent in. You guys have that nice nauseating kaleidoscope of colours trip, and I mean, why don't we have some might rolls? Let's just say a difficulty 3 might roll for everyone, because that's fun to see how well you do on the travel. And also, rolling dice in that game that we play.
No bonus. Difficulty. Oh, difficulty 3.
I'm so used to having unknown difficulty.
Yeah, I know.
It also clicks and oh wait, you did say.
Success.
Well, hey, what a success as well. You spent 2 levels of effort on that one,
Yep.
Riven? Yep.
I have 2 effort.
Did you spend your points to buy that?
Yes, that's what the last thing was. I wanted more.
No,
I
what I
wanna
mean
be
is,
able-
did you spend your might points to use effort? Because remember that costs might, or speed, or intellect, depending on what you're using it for. So it would have been 4, because I think the cost at the bottom there, because you have a might edge of 1. Is that right?
Yes.
So that'll have been 4 points of your might score that you've spent to do that. Make sense?
Nice.
Cool.
So it would cost 5.
Did you spend 2? Or did you spend 1?
I did 1 level of effort.
Which is 3 points. Yeah, so when you're spending effort, the first level of effort is 3. And every following level, if you can afford more, if your stats allow you to spend more, is 2 per additional level. So because Riven spent 2, because their effort limit is 2, they spent 3 points for the first level and 2 for the second level, which totals to 5, but their might edge is 1, which brings it down to 4. Which is how the math works for that.
We did 1, so it's still just 3.
Yep. And Nori, you have a might edge of 1, yeah? Is that
Yes.
right? Yep, so that's why yours only cost you 2 for that, cool. But everybody passes anyway, which is excellent. So yeah, nobody throws up. Well, hey! And it looks like Lockhart's really used to travel by now. I mean, to the point where you technically got a minor effect, but I can't think of anything that makes sense. Like,
It's like a big, just like shimmery, like sort of fabulous.
You're fabulous.
yeah, you're windswept in the right way. Yeah.
We need to gag him this time.
Or like volume off a tree. But yes, nicely done, everyone. And remember as well, if you're spending obviously stat points on things and you end up rolling a nat 20, you get your points for the action refunded, which is very nice. Which is very good. Obviously, if there are things mechanically that come up that people aren't sure about, just ask. Especially for you, Sean, because you're kind of like playing catch up with a lot of this. If there's stuff that we say that are like, oh, can you talk me through why that is that way? Like, we'll take the time with certain things to obviously kind of explain. I think I ran you through enough of the basic mechanics, so hopefully what you're seeing on the screen looks somewhat familiar. You know, there was a difficulty set. Then some people, if we look at that very last roll with Lockheart, you've got a difficulty 3, which means the target number on a d20 is 9 that you need to roll. Lockheart spent 1 level of the effort they can spend, so that cost them 3 points of their might stat, and that would then reduce the difficulty down to a 2, meaning they only have to roll a 6 or higher. They rolled a 19 and knocked it out the park, which would be a target number of 18 or higher for the difficulty 6 task. On a 19 or 20, you get a minor or major effect. Doesn't really come into play much here other than looking fabulous as they walk out of Cool Magical Glow. The special effects budget was extra special for Lockheart. And at the very bottom is the cost of the points that they've spent, being 3. Riven's was, Riven and Nori's was less because one of their edges is in might, which reduces everything they do for that. So essentially what we did there was the equivalent of like a constitution roll in another system, just to make sure that nobody suffers particularly negatively. Obviously if you start bamfing around, that roll difficulty might get exponential, based on how bad magic travel is. There are some that can manage it and just cope because they've been kind of designed to. Like, obviously there might be a lot of demons out there that their specific bargain with the devils was travel. So, yeah. I mean, the party watched Loudon teleport into the throne room from Loudon Hall in a moment, and they didn't seem phased other than really pissed off. As to how they were able to do that, seemed to be part of a ritual in the room to recall them, but who really knows? We are unsure. Hey, look, we've got a bot.
Yay!
It is. Just delete that, shall we? Boop. Goodbye, bot. But yes, so you just make it to the. Again, I keep wanting to call it the capital. Make it the Cascade Say, and obviously the room is surrounded by a bunch of varying casters. All of them probably wizard level or higher. There is probably a master wizard that is the head honcho of the group here that facilitates travel, and waiting almost with a comedic sign, with people's names on it. It's like like an airport. Is
welcome back from prison.
But yeah, you've got Falkwin, who's been given like the contact name, but that's all. He's not been. The only description was it's someone from the Arcanatrix known as Falkwin. That's what Myr'ra had communicated with the group. Obviously, Falkwin, you've spoke with Myr'ra and whoever else was in charge of you in the Arcanatrix, and you've been given whatever Myr'ra would have described the party like. So we'll let Hannah fill that in when she rejoins us, hopefully next session, maybe the one after, retroactively. But ultimately, you'll know roughly who you're looking for, and this group stand out, which is good.
Yeah, I do hear that one of them is an exceptionally tall lady.
Yeah, like 7'6" out
Big
of
wife.
armor. Yeah.
Big wife.
Yeah. So the party appear. They obviously walk out. It's very much like a catwalk runway for Lockheart. He's a pro at this now. Yes, everybody does very well at the role, to be fair. And then they obviously see yourself. You see them. Do you want to describe what Falcon looks like for the first time?
Yeah. So Falkwin cuts a rather dashing figure. He is from wealth. He doesn't necessarily have access to all of his family's money. He has a third son, and he's somewhat of an errant son. He's dressed about how you would expect for the sort of You know, the bad boy of the family, I guess. Thick leather jacket with nice sort of fluffy interior padding, big high leather boots that have been polished to a nice shine. He looks like he's well dressed for traveling, but hasn't done that much traveling yet. Probably on account of being sort of cooped up in Cascade City, pursuing his hobbies, I guess, or hobby interest. He's a big fan of magical items. He's keen on studying those. Yeah, just learning all about it. It's his special interest.
And I think for the most part as well, like you were assigned this task and basically told it would count, a lot towards your grade. The Arcanatrix doesn't really have a very regimented study thing. Like Myr'ra was sent off with a group of people to work for the Queen, and when they came back after solving, an undying epidemic in 2 days worth of actual effort, they got qualified as a wizard, so that counted towards their graduation for some reason. The Arcanatrix seems to just make it up as they go along, but it tends to be tailored more towards what the person can achieve, so their qualification rate is quite high. Their graduation rate, should I say. It's almost like they're going, if we just get more wizards out in the world, they won't be here. So.
Yep. So yeah, he's the sort of stereotypical tall, dark, and handsome. I don't know, stubble, sort of hair that goes places. I don't know. How do you describe physical things?
Usually just as they are.
Yeah.
Has hair,
Dark hair.
it's dark, yeah. It's
Yeah.
long or medium length, it's swept back, it's messy. Yeah.
Sort of medium length, messy in the kind of dashing way.
I'm trying
to think of an actor.
I was about to say, if you were going to cast someone to play them, who would you cast?
I've got a face in mind, but I can't put a name to it. This is the worst.
When you say kind of messy-ish, kind of dark hair, kind of tall, kind of scruffy. I've got Viggo Mortensen in my head so far, but are we going younger than Viggo?
don't know.
That's Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. He was at least 87.
Okay, yeah. If I'm thinking Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, imagine him in his early 20s with shorter hair.
Okay.
Actually, no, not really him at all.
This feels very much like Matt Smith's Doctor Who, the way you're describing, just going, imagine this, but nothing like that.
Do you know what? David Tennant with slightly longer hair.
Okay, there we go. Right.
David Tennant 20 years ago with slightly longer hair. That's roughly what we're looking at.
I mean, he does look basically the exact same anyway, so that's handy. He's aged very well for himself. Okay, so we've basically got a David Tennant lookalike. It's not bad.
Wearing sort of fine clothes, but practical clothes. The sort of thing that you could go about in the wilderness, but also equally cut about town in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, day to day, but people know that you're of a station somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think as
no
well.
Scuff marks in his boots yet.
Not just yet. No.
No, I think it's definitely the soft hands of a page turner, right? But yeah, there's what you've been told by the Arcanatrix was mostly just, oh, you've been recommended by an agent of the new Queen, being Myr'ra. You've now, go do that and it'll count towards your grade. And then that was it. You weren't actually really told many other details. And Myr'ra was like, I'll fill you in later, and later never happened. Because Myr'ra is a bit like that, to be fair. Myr'ra also has a very specific appointment coming up that she has to keep. To do with the moon. So, yeah. One day me and Hannah will play a game where she won't have a moon-related character.
Moon.
But yeah, I think she's basically got a week and a half before she has to deal with that. About that, I think. So that's fine. Maybe 2 weeks. So yeah, you see the party heading towards you. You at least acknowledge that you are meant to know each other. Is there any immediate questions for each other, as you meet up?
Well, so Falkwin, when he sees the party, initially offers a greeting, like, "Hi, pleased to meet you," or something. Yeah. more formal along those
Right,
lines.
Day's blessings upon you all. Something super like religiously
Maybe,
formal,
maybe
or
not, maybe not quite as formal as that. He's sort of the rough and ready type. You know, he knows just enough protocol to get by, but he ignores most of it. He's more casual than
it's third son syndrome. We know this, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But without missing a beat, after his greeting, he immediately goes into yes, I think they look like they're the right people. No, what do you mean? No, they're absolutely as described. What? No, yes, it must be them. We can just ask. Let's ask.
Riven's
you-
kind of tilts over him to try and see if there's someone behind him. Like, who's he talking to?
Yeah, there doesn't
You
seem
are
to
the
be
agents of the Queen, yes? Excellent. See, yes, we're good. Hi.
Hello? Whom's is the other we are speaking to? Because I can't see.
Aha, yes, this is Aluben. Sorry, I should have introduced you properly. And he raises his hand, on which there's a brass bracer around his wrist, and sort of inlaid into this item is a black gem that's as deep and dark as the night sky. You look into it and it almost looks like you're gazing into another world. You shouldn't probably look at it too much. May give you eye strain or something. And this gem sort of glows, and out of it pours some dark smoke that it's kind of formless. It's sort of swirling around. It looks like almost the personification of a gust of wind that might blow through a dark night sky, I guess. Imagine like there's a new moon.
So yeah, there is essentially a form that appears next to Falkwin. It seems like maybe 6 foot-ish. Maybe taller, maybe not. It's hard to kind of tell with this kind of like constant. It's almost like a dust storm of wind or whatever. Like soundless though, just as if something's masking its look. It seems to be female form as well. If assumptions are to be made. And it just kind of like materializes next to Falkwin. It doesn't say anything, but it does seem to be regarding you all.
Proceed your question. You're RPing Alaben, not me.
Yes,
right?
but you could
Yes,
everything you
cool.
described up till now is fine. Don't worry, I will cover the fact that
Okay.
you're not having to play 2 people in your like first RP with us lot. I'll RP all of
Okay.
Alabin.
Well, greetings to you, Falkwin, and Aluben. Still
Pleased
gonna
to meet
tilt
you.
the head tilt, but yeah. I'm Riven.
The form kind of turns to Falkwin and says, "And revealing my name so soon, I see we're fast friends."
Sorry.
Do we hear that?
Yeah, like it's talking
Yep.
just to him.
Oh, right, okay. I thought it was me just thinking.
If
I,
you
I,
would
th-
like.
I,
Oh, no, you go.
I thought we made so much progress recently. Come on, Alu. We're friends, right?
We all make friends very quickly here.
Kind of like, again, its head turns back to the group, as if like its body language is still as if, addressing Falkwin, but its head kind of like turns around. Probably quite horror movie-esque, right, given that this thing isn't, that visible. I will state now, just for the sake of like, different special effects budget, this does not look like how the Fae formed under the lake.
Yeah.
Just in case there is crossover. I did warn Sean that this may feel like you had a Fae in your wrist. So I just want
And
to
it doesn't look like the shadow that poured out of Loudon when she lost.
No.
Good. That's the only 2 things I need.
Yeah, that's fine. It looks very, very different. It's the 3rd special effects artist we have hired for this specific occasion. Yeah, so it kind of like almost, again, dismissively looks over the group. And then it says, "Yes, I have been introduced as Alaben. It's probably best you refer to me as that when needed."
And when you are gestures to the will be able to hear everything that we are saying as well?
Does that concern you?
I just want to be able to address you, or do I have to go through?
And then without kind of like missing a beat itself, it just says, I think if you have anything of importance, it's probably worth Falkwin decides if I need to hear it.
Very well. Now, Mr. Falkwin, do we have a direction? Do you place that we are going to be heading to capital? I'm afraid it's been a few months since my last visit. Riven, you know this place a little better. Nori, have you to escape before?
We have been assigned to you. You were supposed to take us by the hand.
Let's go.
I'm
We'll
sure.
just pick
I'm
a
sure we
direction.
can. I'm sure we can have some reception room prepared in the Arcanatrix.
I mean, you've got your dorm.
I could take us to the Countess. We could go see the Countess. She'll be up near the table.
That's probably much more appropriate than my dorm.
Am I needed?
Thank you, Half-Elven. I'm sure everyone enjoyed meeting you.
Oh, it just dissipates.
Chanting.
You know,
that
this is a lot more than I used to get. You know, she never even used to show any sort of form. People thought I was just talking to myself. Yes, I know. Don't joke. Shush.
I like.
This could be interesting.
Right.
We'll
If I
be-
know where I am, I know where the Countess will be. That sound alright?
What are you going to say there, Alexander?
But I think Lockheart will kind of be like looking at Nori and then like the armband. You're like,
I hadn't. Okay.
I feel like that's why it was.
Until the thing came out of it, then you went, ah!
Yeah, then. No. I seen a shiny gem.
I saw a shiny thing, and then it turns out it is full of bees, angry bees,
Yeah.
potentially. Don't touch. Only regret lives here.
Okay, so Riven suggests heading off to meet the Countess. Is this going to be like an official, let's meet her in her office, or is this like a, let's arrange to meet her privately? What's the plan, Riven?
We'll do it unofficially. She's probably kind of sick to the back teeth right now of official meetings. Riven at least allows her to let her hair down, so yeah, Riven will be like, unofficial, your pal's back from being away for weeks and weeks on end.
Okay, so if you're going to have that kind of slightly more private-y chat, and that's probably for the best. I think we'll take our break there. It's probably a good place to take our break since we're, there or thereabouts. We'll be back in 10 minutes, so 8:30 for those who are tracking time, and we'll see you all back soon. BRB, folks.
Oh.
if our audio works again, because that should be us back.
Yep, even you.
Good, good, good. We do like that.
Right.
Okay, so welcome back to the third story arc for Cypher. This one's called The Demon Blade. It's part 1. It's the second half of part 1. I am Viktor, the GM. It is the 27th of April 2024, and here are the players.
I am Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who is the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf. Speaker. It's apparently actually getting to nail teleportation.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I am Chris, and tonight I'm playing Nori Nediam. I've just seen a shiny gem, and I'm not going to touch the shiny gem.
The shiny gem might kill you.
It's
And
a
she might
trap.
laugh while doing so.
You
Talk
already
crap.
told him, you don't have to say it further.
Hi, my name's Nat, and I play Riven, the tallest wife, and is also enjoying all of the people they are surrounded by, because every one of them can be deposited in Sky Jail.
Yes.
Have to catch me first.
My strides are a lot bigger than yours, boy.
Hannah gets
Yeah,
back to the
yeah,
group and is
yeah.
like, what did I miss? Well, there was a kind of Benny Hill style chase through Cascade City because Nori stole what they should not have stole, and it was the patience
I
of
don't
Riven.
need to steal. I just need to suggest that I'm going to steal. That would be enough.
See, if you steal from bad people, Riven will help you.
Write
Riven
that down,
will
that's a
help.
fact, that's a promise.
Work on the realization that all bad people are not me.
I think you need to work on that sales pitch, maybe.
Yeah.
I think saying that with the umbrella logo on your t-shirt really adds to
Yeah,
that, by the way.
man. It ain't helping. It ain't helping, Chief.
Just with our off chat about Lady Dimitrescu as well, it's really tying in the umbrella. Like, yep, it's good. Oh dear. But yes, anyway, where were we? We were gonna go meet the Countess. That's what we were gonna do.
Yep. Nice little private luncheon with her. My bestie.
Yeah, so I think what happens is obviously you send a message out to the Countess, like there's a response back, almost a fairly formal response, but essentially says, I'm caught up all day, don't want to half, like split my time. I'd rather be like, I've cleared my schedule for the next day. We'll actually get some time to talk privately. In the meantime, I've arranged somewhere to stay if you're not like wanting to obviously use your own home, because Riven and Hedera are like, you lived in Cascade City for a while. I think Riven technically still lives here, right?
She bounces between here and Voros, but yeah.
Yeah, because it used to be that you and Hedera lived in Cascade City until the Countess had to move into Cascade City because they got their promotion from being essentially like the governor of a town up to being a council member, which is essentially speaker for the Queen. So Hedera technically got promoted to acting governor, and thus, yeah, there's been a lot of juggling around of the trio, as it were. So yes, essentially you've got about a day to kill in Cascade City, but you've been given some official kind of diplomatic-y type, space, be it a room or whatever, to use that isn't anyone's personal residence. Because again, Myr'ra also lives here, and obviously Falkwin lives here. So yeah, but they both reside within the Arcanatrix itself, which is more dorms rather than, like a house. So you've got a bit of a day to yourself. Yeah.
Which one of us has the sword?
Exactly, a very good question.
Yes.
And why is it probably Riven? I mean, if you want, we can roll, because that's fun.
Let's roll.
So a D3, right? A D3. I can't wait till it's a 2 and it's Chris. So one is Alexander, 2 2 is Chris, and 3 is Nat, and I'm gonna have Sean roll a d3. So in roll 20 /r space 1d3.
Who do I get to ask about this magic item that I've been brought on to have a look at?
Well, technically, you've been told that they need help with magic items, not what it is yet. Just for clarity.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm aware.
So when that political bomb lands, we'll see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see how your roll 20 goes. Well, hey!
Yeah.
Perfect. Nori.
I think it is perfect. Like
It is actually perfect. Like, can you justify your vote other than the lols, or?
Yeah, the obvious choice would be to give it to Riven. Like that's who they think that will happen. Whereas that way, Riven will get kidnapped. You're like, to give us the sword. You're like,
Don't has it.
actually,
I like that.
Not me.
Who are these people, Alexander, that are kidnapping?
they.
They.
I think actually it would make more sense because for Riven uses swords.
Mhm.
So Riven does not want that temptation of being like, if we're in deep shit, I might reach for that just out of desperation. The chances of Nori doing it are substantially
Nori knocks the
less.
sword on their bow, pulls it back.
Does
I'm
this
not
count?
using the sword.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
using the bow.
technically not wielding it. Yeah.
If I just
Fuck
drop
you, I
it
win.
from height.
Okay, Damocles.
So yeah, no, I think that actually makes sense. I think Riven's like, I am a sword wielder. I do not want that temptation on me.
I just enjoyed that. I got to use OK Damocles as a reply to someone in an RP. What a great day. So,
Does Nori have it because he was given it, or did Riven have it?
well, I think that's a
He
good
has-
question,
Doesn't
right? Like,
realise she doesn't have it anymore.
I think the most sensible kind of way to like retroactively justify this is obviously Vermi was like, you need to deal with this, and obviously we can assume Myr'ra held it because Hannah's not here to dispute that, and then Myr'ra was like, I don't want to deal with this because this is the Demon Blade and I am Demon Blooded, you know, Myr'ra being Helborn. I was like, I don't want to chance any potential influence that way. Maybe, you know, the demon signals would be too big together, so obviously naturally offers it to Riven, and Riven's like, I use swords, no. You know, the
Bad idea.
justification you've just given, and Nori's like, I'll take it.
I have it.
Yeah. Like at the back of everyone jumping up and down, be like, I was volunteering anyway. But yeah, I think trying to hawk the sword is a bad idea. Also, you yeah, exactly. What sword?
We've definitely got it wrapped up.
Oh yeah.
Definitely wrapped up in something and belted all shut to be like, nobody knows what this is.
How would you like it wrapped up? Because I mean, it could have been locked in a case if you wanted it to be. Like, it's up to you guys. It's
For
just,
if Nori's carrying it for his ease, I imagine just belted up, like covered up, belted up on him. Probably easier than carrying a fucking case.
Mhm.
I'm going to ask a question that's probably. Oh, never mind.
You mean leading,
think it's
charged? Like, what? Ask away.
No, I was going to say, what would happen if I wrapped it in the cloak that I have?
I mean, you not have a cloak on, I guess. Really? I mean,
The whole thing just goes invisible. Now you can't find it.
Fucking lost it already. How big is the sword? Like in the scheme of sword, is it like a bastard sword? Is it a claymore sized? Is it like?
it seems like a kind of standardized like longsword that you could put two hands on, right?
Cool.
The third blade and second blade do seem similar enough, but keep in mind the third blade was illusion. Sorry, the second blade was illusion to look like the third blade.
Yeah.
So the demons are the second blade, the third blade's the human blade, and it looks like Pride had used magic to make the second look like the third.
And the dwarf one's a hammer.
Yes, the the fourth blade, I think it's the fourth blade, yeah, is a hammer. Because
And
dwarves.
everyone else has swords. Yeah.
Because dwarves.
Yeah.
Because dwarves.
My friend Colin, shout out to Colin, he did say it could be an axe. Oh, I was like, yeah, but that's not as funny, because that is still a blade, right? So, yeah. The fourth blade is a hammer. And the fifth blade's the
don't know
dragon
why-
blade.
I imagine it's like a giant fucking meat cleaver. Like it's still got some pointy bits on it. Just to
It
be
definitely, like,
"Ah."
looking at the true blade definitely isn't as pretty as looking at, like, you know, the third blade. The third blade definitely is a lot more, like, stereotypically, you know, maybe Andural-esque, right? Versus this, that's definitely a lot more Witch King-esque.
Cool.
Definitely
Thank
leaning into tropes, right? Leaning into tropes. But it's not like a Claymore, but it does feel like the type of thing that maybe they're special enough that if you're meant to be wielding it, you'll be able to wield it, right? As I said, these are some of the most
to
magical
user.
items. Yeah, some of the most magical items ever made in the world. Like, people have tried, obviously we spoke about this very briefly before, but people have tried to replicate, like, making something as good, and it hasn't happened. So, technique seems to have been lost, sadly. Yeah. But yes, so, I think we've established in the most perfect way possible that Nori has the blade. It seems to be, I mean, you can wrap it in the Elven Cloak if you want. It might make it harder to detect, because there's, like, Elven magic around it, right? So, that's maybe something, if you wanted. But you wouldn't be able to wear the cloak and have it wrapped around the blade at the same time.
No.
But it probably...
That would make sense.
I think even if you'd ran that by Myr'ra, who obviously is your initial magical connection, like, she'd probably have agreed that, yeah, it's probably a better idea than just a random, like, sack or something. Because even if someone was scrying for it, maybe they would overlook it if it was like, oh, there's an Elven blip. It's probably not, the Demon Blade.
Much the same as the illusion of the sword within the...
Exactly, right? So, it's up to you if you want to do that, if you want to be, like, carrying it around wrapped up in the Elven
Right,
cloak.
should I list this as being an artifact?
I mean, you can definitely list it if you want, but I wouldn't necessarily let it get too attached to your character sheet, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
That's bad. That's bad. Don't do
If
that.
If I just added
Nori?
a button for attack.
I just code it in.
Please.
What?
I don't want you to get
Magic
hurt.
arrow.
Who needs a soul anyway, right? Like, I could give my soul to one of the devils to get temporary custody.
Don't want you to get hurt. Riven will have a big sad.
Yeah, okay.
Big sad.
I won't list it then. We know I've got the sword then. At
Yes.
The moment.
Yes.
I think as a group, because it's going to be, like, potentially passed around the party anyway, depending on what you're up to and who you're speaking to, you probably want it fluid anyway, right? But we can assume that you've wrapped your cloak in it, and that's to help hide it or mask it, which is good. I think that's a good idea.
Yes.
Big brain. Love it.
Yes, I do like that a lot. So much so that, do you know what, just have an XP, why not?
Yay! I think Riven will just say to the party,
Alanis is busy today, but she has got us lodgings. You can head there, or do you want to tour the city?
I think we don't have. We're traveling fairly light, so it's not like we have stuff to drop off.
Maybe just
We
a
did bring
sword.
horses last time.
maybe just the sword, yes.
You left those horses in Pride's Fall, though.
We did. I have that.
I was going to say that.
What was that, Sean?
Falkwin's been living and studying here for a while, so he doesn't really care much for sightseeing in his, I guess, current home city. So whatever the others think.
I think bringing our friend up to speed, actually.
Yeah, maybe find somewhere private and have a frank chat.
Yeah. To the rooms that Talanis has got us, because that's probably pretty secure.
So we can screen wipe to, like, a slightly kind of, again, very much like a kind of hotel suite type thing where there's like a kind of meeting space in the middle and then rooms off of that space. So basically one main hosting room and then bedrooms off to the sides. And that's what's kind of been assigned to you guys. It's in the central part of the city, so it's probably like places that you've probably been close to but never been had a need to go into, like Falkwin, because the Arcanatrix is relatively central. The three main central buildings to Cascade City are the Council Chamber, which is essentially like a fortified palace, because that's where like the Fey War was fought from, and that's like where I guess the seats of power sit. And then off of that you've got Whitehall, which is the Church of Light main building. And you've got the Arcanatrix, which is like the magic center, and it's a very multicultural, multiracial city, etc. Cascade City. It's the whole point of it is to promote, I guess, cooperative behavior amongst the races.
unity and cooperation and
There is
All
no
those good
war
goodwill and
in Cascade City. Yeah.
definitely no political intrigue whatsoever.
None. I kept all that to deck.
Until we arrived.
And then the political intrigue arrived.
Oh no.
That's what all those sparkles were.
If there's a clerk or something like that I can hand a letter to go and give to my wife to let her know where I am and be like, I'll see you soon, or if you want to appear, I don't care. Just know that I'm in the city now. Love you, bye.
In that initial letter, I meant to say that, sorry, like in the initial letter, Hedera was off dealing with something for Voros and is in transit back to Cascade City. So isn't in Cascade City just yet. They're a couple of days
My
out.
wife.
Yeah, so they're in transit basically. But because obviously their new job involves them having to be in Voros a lot, like them getting time to come to the capital is limited. So the fact that yeah, and obviously they weren't expecting you to necessarily teleport. So
No.
so yeah, like, but they'll be there in like 1 or 2 days, depending on how well the travel has been. But like Talanis at least let you know where your wife was or should be.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mild panic.
Okay.
So into one of these rooms.
So yeah, like no, like you've got the main, like you're in your own like space. In the center
Suite, yeah.
is like a big hosting area, so couches, etc., and whatnot, tables and stuff. Essentially, it's a conference table with a comfier seating area, like a hotel room, basically, with a dining table. And then, as I said, there's just rooms off to either side, which are bedrooms specifically. So the whole suite is your guy, like it's been assigned to you guys.
Falkwin, friend, how much did Myr'ra tell you?
Scant little, I'm afraid. I was essentially voluntold to join your party on account of my interest, I suppose, in magical items and artifacts.
Right.
But on that note, I understand you have one.
Just quick question. How much do you know about the Five Blades?
Pardon?
How much do you know about the Five Blades?
Same as anyone else, I suppose.
The power go, nah.
There are 5 of them, each one to a different race. They were instrumental in ending the Fey War. The blade chooses its wielder. They're
I'm
immensely
reaching over to
powerful
Nori as in
magical
tapping him on the
artifacts.
shoulder like it's your cue, my guy.
Mhm.
While you're talking, like so you can-
Nori's trying to duck away from the
Immensely
sky
powerful
jail.
artifacts. They must have some sort of intelligence within them. And at that point, Falkwin just sort of starts, I guess, theorizing out loud about what might be powering them and just generally geeking out.
Have you seen My Hero Academia, Sean? Because I'm just getting Deku vibes of him just rambling on about things and
That
mumbling.
was not intentional.
But it's
and
beautiful.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly less geeky than Deku, but yes, I'm here for that.
Yeah, it's quite good. Just mutter, 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 mutter. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's good.
Yeah.
So, while this is ongoing and he's rambling on, I have put this cloak onto the table in front of us, and I'm
Clank.
slowly but surely just unwrapping it. Behold!
I think Riven just puts her hands on his biceps to keep his arms down by his side, like, don't fucking touch it. Like, I get that you'll want to, so just like gentle restraint.
Gods.
Which
So,
one is this?
would you recognise it? Why don't we have you make a roll? Okay, so this will be an intellect-based roll. Do you have any skills of this nature?
I believe I do. Maybe. Does identifying or understanding supernatural? Does
Yes.
that count?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
How do I roll? I press the dice button.
And it should come up with all those pop-ups that we went through, and it'll ask you like things on the way.
So I get 0 bonus for this, I guess.
Correct.
And what is my difficulty?
Okay, that'll be unknown.
Unknown. Okay.
Okay.
And I won't expend any effort. Well, should I?
I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
How excited would he be to do that? Like, you know,
yeah, I think he would. he would probably rack his brains a bit. If he really believed that this was one of the 5 just sitting in front of him, he would probably try for that. So I will go 1 effort on that.
Okay. With your upgrades that you did to your character, I think the only one you didn't pick was what, skill, wasn't it? Between tier 1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we know that you've got a limit of 2 for your effort, so you could spend 2 if you wanted. Cool. Just as I'm aware. Try like commit your character to memory as much as everybody else's.
I will just do 1 at the moment.
That's fine.
I'm having to commit my character to memory. I was
Yep, that's fine.
only mostly lucid that night when we were picking my skills and so on.
That's fine. We've got there so far. It's gone well.
Yep. Okay, and I don't think I get any asset on that, right?
Nope.
Cool. What is cost?
Nothing, because nothing else is getting spent at this point.
Okay.
So effort factors in the cost already. So
Right.
see at the bottom, it's got
Nice.
cost, and it says 3 because your effort would have been 3, but it's actually for some reason I don't know why you're getting 2 discount, but we'll work on that. I'll probably just don't understand the math, but that's fine. So it's a 17 that you've rolled, that beats the difficulty 5, which is pretty good, and you're trained and you're using effort, so that means that we're technically adding 6 to the roll because you don't know the difficulty, so we add rather than make it easier. So that's like you've beat a difficulty 7 task, which is really good. A difficulty 7 task would need you to roll a 21 on a d20, so it's actually an impossible level task, which is really good without any help.
Okay.
So yeah, I think when you look at this, not only do you recognize it as one of the, table of the 5 blades themselves, I think the weight of the situation of this being, well, not wielded by a demon, or should I say a devil, specifically devils being the ruling class of the demons, it's very clear it's the second blade to you as well. So for whatever reason, you've obviously spent time studying the differences in visuals, I guess, between some of the blades, or at least the second blade itself, since you've identified that very clearly. For whatever reason, you get +1 damage against it. That doesn't really come into effect here, because it's not a combat roll, but yep.
I slapped this on.
You have 2 edge in intellect, right? That's why your effort was discounted down to 1. So you should be on whatever your pool was for intellect, you should knock that down by 1 point.
So do I change pool or current?
The big number.
The big number.
Because those bottom numbers shouldn't ever change unless we're changing stats on your character.
Gotcha. So pool is the max, and then the big number is
like what you're currently playing with, yeah.
Okay, and the edge is my discount.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So, and that should hopefully explain how all that kind of came about. So you rolled a 17 on the dice itself, and then obviously had it a difficulty. Training would have brought that down 1, and effort would have brought down another level. But because I didn't tell you that, we just add 6 to the roll because it's 3 per difficulty level, which makes your 17 like a 23, which is really, really good.
Okay.
As I say, that beats a difficulty 7, which is, very, very fucking difficult. And it only cost you 1 intellect point, so you only strained your brain a bit to get that. But we could probably flavour that strain as, oh god, what this implies, because it either means somebody here is a devil, or
Nori, no.
they are missing their sword. Yeah.
This is incredible. This is the second sword. How? Wait, where? How? Who? When? What?
Deep breath.
He.
Breaths.
Yeah, I'll get used to it,
Deep
don't worry.
breaths.
How do you have this?
Me in particular, these guys told me to carry it.
That's true.
/ volunteered.
Voluntold.
Summarize really quickly. Pride left it behind.
Pride left it with you. The devil, the archdevil gave this to you.
Didn't give it. Left it behind. Lost the fight. Dropped the sword. Fucked off. Left the sword.
You fought Pride.
Not me. the queen, our queen,
Uh-oh.
Vermilion. Yes,
Oh.
yes, not the big fight. Just
I think as well mentally when they say our queen, Loudons would probably pop into your brain first because it's been so recent that Queen Vermilion has taken over as well. So you must have that like gymnastics in your head of going, yeah, Queen Vermilion. Yep.
Yeah, there's
That
a,
one.
The
there's
new
a
one.
double penny drop of like,
Yep.
oh, if it was the queen, that makes sense. But oh, stuff happened there recently. Oh, this is starting to join some dots together.
I am going to let the most diplomatic of us explain it as diplomatically as possible.
Hannah's not here.
So, what happened?
Lockhart, if you would, please, and try not to overload this little one's head. And you can touch it, but do not wield it. You wield it, it will be angry. You touch it, I mean, it's the fucking devil sword. I wouldn't.
Can I ask a question before we go into
Slowly,
the explanation
6
as well? Falkwin, based on object bond, have you, it says finally you can give permission to the magic ally that can emerge and enter the bound object on its own initiative. Where did you land on that?
Oh shit.
Have you since given Aluben permission to come and go as they please, or is that still directed by you? That obviously can be adjusted ongoing, but for now it's important.
Yeah. I think for now Aluben is allowed to come and go as she likes.
Okay, cool. Just I may need to know that in moments to come.
I will get that part of the book up because I've not looked at it in a little bit.
That's okay.
Just to remind me how that part of my character actually works.
And like what I did with that Word document as well is obviously just clipped some of it and just pasted it all in because it's an easier reference point, so it's maybe worth doing that as well as a cheat sheet for yourself.
Yes, I will make that up as homework.
Yep. But yes, so Nori or Lockhart, who is being the diplomatic one and explaining?
Okay, Lockhart, how do you go?
Well, we have been entrusted, just a Vermilion, that we are to deal with this issue. Gestures vaguely at the table. It has presented us a real opportunity to try and ensure continued peace and stability is the goal between various realms. You see, the realm from Myr'ra, the devils, they seem to have caused a bit of a problem. They had some implications, some meddling, have been secretly ruling over Denk for some amount of time. Right, there are
Ruling over. So
yeah, don't worry too much about that. Essentially now,
wasn't the queen?
The Queen Vermilion has taken up her position with her sword. This sword has been tried. Now, probably trying to make some effort to reclaim it, somewhat on the sly. Some word got out to races that such internal machinations were afoot. This could cause quite an incident. So, we are here to make sure this doesn't escalate into anything we don't want it to. So we need you to just see what you know, see how you might be able to get an idea of this blade. See if we figure out some solutions where it should go next to make sure that all parties have a satisfactory. Does that make sense?
I think
And if possible.
so. Like before, like Riven, you say anything there. Like I think Aluben appears at that, and then just says, "It seems to me that they wish you to be the one responsible for when things blow up."
Be blowing up. We're just trying to stop the fire.
I don't know if that's the most charitable way to put that, Alu. But there are definitely two questions here, yes? There's the magical, which I would love nothing more than to get this amazing artifact on a workbench and tinker with it and
I
take
would
it to
advise
pieces and
against
try to
that.
understand it. I know. I wouldn't actually do that. I would love to. I would like to. I agree it's probably a bad idea. Probably shouldn't do that. But I would still like to. I felt it was important to say that. But no, yes. Magical, yes, I can do that. I can look at it, I can think about it, I can learn from it, yes. Political, no, that's not me.
No, wait, don't worry. We're not asking you to weigh in on that sort of thing. We'll figure that one out. Should pride perhaps be in the city or nearby? Just try and figure out is the sword going to him or to
Yes,
another
perhaps
maybe?
rewrapping it would be a good start, now that we have all seen the contents.
He has a point.
I'll do that. I'll go back in and
Love
yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll start wrapping it.
No, but can't I just a little?
No, I'll wrap
No,
it. Just wrap it.
Okay.
I would
Fal-
ask
Fal-
something
Falkwin's
secondary
dad.
from you, Falkwin. Figure
Yes.
out why it's so dangerous to the Fae.
Aha.
And is there a particular
That's
reason
an
for this?
Interesting line of research.
To figure out how it's so dangerous to the Fae and how we can use what it does.
Verse. Interesting.
Yes.
This is not a purely academic interest, is it?
You have an interesting friend on your arm. I have an interesting friend somewhere else.
I don't. Oh, this is.
I just look at Vela like I don't even know what you are. So like,
Yeah, and you can tell, like,
he's friends with you.
like-
I'm friends with someone else.
and like Alabama is, like, for what you can tell, staring straight at you, right? And like once you say that, like, you have a friend, I have a friend, and it says, and are you friend to a fae that has been injured by a blade?
Riven's kind of looking very intently at her and says,
I ask not what you are.
Wonderful. I was under the impression the fae were cast from this world. Kind of turns to you, Falkwin, and says, this is incredibly dangerous, and if you were to engage in this, it would be folly, and I cannot guarantee your safety.
I really
Welcome
want
to our world.
really want to feel that.
It's a really cool sword.
I love Falkwin.
And then, like, Alabin turns to Nori and says, I don't think that's as welcoming as it sounds.
I was volunteered way back when, and slowly but surely this story is growing and growing and growing. None of us can foretell where this leads.
You don't look that old. Does time find no purchase upon your features?
It's not the only thing that struggles to find purchase on his face. The shackles have been round his fist so many.
We all have our little idiosyncrasies.
Quite. I have my secrets, I have reasons for this. My safety is important to me. Falkwin's safety is important to me. I imagine you consider yourselves somewhat safeguarded by your queen, no less. This task is incredibly dangerous. You are drawing the ire of many powerful beings that would not think twice before removing you from this world.
Will be. Would you suggest doing? It's here. Cannot change the fact that it is here.
Yes, we can. You could take it somewhere else.
Where? Where would you take it?
Just points at the door you came through.
not an answer.
It's the
Left
only
of
one I
ours.
have. My
Precisely.
freedoms in this world are somewhat limited. You are of the world and could explore it more thoroughly. I'm sure there's somewhere you could find that would be more suitable for this blade, like in its wielder's hand.
And one day this will probably return to a demon's hand. But the intrigues behind it need answers first before we can just relinquish it that easily.
You require some easy explanation to justify why you have it, or why they do not.
Easy would be good.
Have you considered reaching out to this pride and asking what it would take for this to go smoothly?
Part of why we are here at this stage for such discussions. It might be facilitated.
We do not want the blade. We do not own the blade. The blade is not ours to do with as we wish.
Then you are
But-
wise,
But if
young
we could
Nori.
study it-
Falkwin.
But if we could study it while it was here, that wouldn't be bad, right? Right?
I'm going to look to. Is it Abel?
Alu, I'll put the name in the chat, right?
Thank you, Alu.
I don't know exactly what chat I'm putting in. Probably roll 20.
Thank you.
Alabama.
Aluben. Falkland
Aluben.
sometimes calls her Alu. She doesn't like that.
Okay.
So I've spaced it out because it looked weird when it was all together, but it's
looked-
Aluben.
Okay, I looked at Alabin and just go. If he it like obviously not trusting what Falkwin's gonna say. He
Mhm.
says, him studying blade, bad idea. Yeah.
Looks down. Obviously, all the wind dust swept face looks down. Almost like, I mean, how tall is? Because I'm saying looks down. She's only 6 foot, so
Oh yeah, Falkland's a little shy of 6 foot. He's maybe like 5'9", 5'8".
maybe she just seems to tower over with her presence. But yeah, looks at Falkwin, and that slightly, somebody asked a mum of a, let's say, energetic child to justify their actions. Looks down at Falkwin and says, "There is little I can say that would dissuade him from this course of action. I have given my warning."
She said yes.
It wasn't a no which upsets me, but look, you have come recommended from the Arcanatrix, and we have one of our own from the Arcanatrix, and they have got us through some shit. So I'm not going to doubt you. I ask only that you are safe and sensible. That's all I ask of anyone in this group.
I will be very judicious in my choice of tools. Not take it to pieces. I will probably not break anything. I will try my very utmost to not break anything. We're learning from it. Non-destructively.
The breaking is one thing, and I would warn you just as you are handling or investigating whatever, seek to be aware of, perhaps understanding must is intent that is important. Seek to use it or gain or benefit too much that could be interpreted as guilt. That would likely go worse for badly for us. So,
Yes, do not deign to claim ownership of the blade.
The grammar of the... Falkwin just starts muttering away, sort of wondering about what's the blade's opinion of ownership? What is...
Does he do this a lot? And I'm looking again.
And yeah, like Alaben looks to you, and like you can already tell from the posture. Like even if it's windswept, you can tell that it's always a yes. And she goes, "Unfortunately, it is a process I have come to be very familiar with. Yet the results are often quite surprising."
If I gain knowledge from the blade,
Goes wisely,
and
if you chose at all.
is the gaining of the knowledge considered using the blade? Is the using of the knowledge gained
He's not going
considered
to
using
lick
the
it or
blade?
anything like that, is it? Is that one of his things? Like see archaeologists do with bones and rocks?
I think it would be best for decorum if I do not list the things he has licked in my presence.
Oh, you don't then. Good. Good to know. Just to make sure. Riven definitely at this point has a drink.
Yeah. At that point, there's a knock on the door.
Somebody
Nori,
at the door.
hide it.
Falkwin
Yeah.
is looking very furtively around, like no one can see this. No one can see this. We can't let the higher ups know it.
Yeah, no one can know from any of that or us or
Or indeed me. And it dissipates.
and just if things do go badly, like just look at like pointing at and Riven's like sword just the door.
So you're heading to the door?
Yeah, and I have picked up the sword and I've disappeared into the room that I am claiming as mine.
Okay, cool. You've just found a bedroom and you've claimed it. Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Preferably one with a balcony. I can get out.
Sadly, no. None of the rooms have even windows. I guess a bit of like visuals for you guys. Like all of the structuring within Cascade City is like very, very polished, either black like marble or crystal. Because like the Iron Root Elves built everything out of black material because they were edgy as fuck. But yeah, so this is like a gleaming black jewel of a city, essentially. So all of the inner structures, especially since you are kind of in the council section, for like the kind of, I guess, ambassadorial side of things, like everything is this like almost black metal. So it's been very soft furnished to ease it up a bit and make it slightly more comfortable. But yeah, it was designed to like stop nightmare creatures. So yeah, like the Iron Root Elves being the most advanced of their time, they built this place to try and withstand an assault of the Fae. Right? So yeah, there are no windows, sadly, no balconies in these chambers. There might be other chambers out there that have balconies and windows and stuff, but those would probably have been like for tactical reasons to see areas of the city and stuff, or to like defend from. But you guys have been assigned.
Nori's starting to feel claustrophobic.
Yeah, it probably like see if it wasn't for all the furnishings and stuff to make the place and like the amount of light sources in here as well, like artificial light sources, that is, it would probably feel incredibly like a prison cell, almost as bleak as that, despite it being so spacious. Yeah, the Iron Root Elves weren't really known for comfort. They were known for efficiency. So yeah, you want almost any of the other elves for comfort. So yes, the door goes, and
Don't talk about my people like that.
I am just saying,
Yeah.
like the Bronzebark
Yeah.
elves are very comfy. So, and it is Bronzebark blood you've got. So yeah. But yes, the door goes. You've hidden a room. Everybody else is standing around looking casual, and then you've got Lockhart that goes to answer. Yeah. Let me see if I've got my notes for this. So yeah, you.
So if it's Pride on the other side of the door, doing.
Get fucked. Boom.
No, sorry, this is the wrong door.
Oh, you want the other room? Yeah. This is 502.
Unfortunately, he will recognise us.
So, yeah, the door goes. Lockhart goes and answers the door. There is a gentleman up there, like very kind of well dressed, like almost in a very fancy tailored suit. Standing there. The look is kind of like corporate mannequin as possible. Exactly, right? And they say, yes, I believe you are a Lockhart Dourf, some form of ambassador. Is that correct?
Some form, yes.
Like, hand you an envelope,
No thanks.
and then they just vanish in a puff of smoke. Or like literally in a puff of
Okay.
smoke, which is you know, unusual.
It's a very good way of doing it. But-
Yeah,
Very efficient. Very, very efficient.
yeah.
Like, smell the emblem.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a less than pleasant smell of like maybe eggs that have went off maybe too far. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll call Nori. Like, good, you can come out.
Or I'll open the door slowly and just make
Like,
sure.
it cuts to like what Nori was up to for the last 2 minutes of trying to find any way out with this sword possible, like tapping on walls, turning beds upside down. It does work, yeah, we know it works. Flea bite special. So yeah, you.
I suspect this may expedite our desire to speak with certain interested parties and open the letter. And
Yeah, and it's like there's a wax seal on it. It seems to be some kind of seal. You're welcome to roll if you want to try and recognize it, but it doesn't immediately come up. Some form of any kind of diplomatic-y type information you might have there, Lockhart. And you can roll for that. Try and find where the 19 pages of notes I have for this session exist.
closest thing from training will be knowledge of the law, I guess.
Not really. Not really for that one, unfortunately.
It's not in my legal book.
No, sadly.
It's the same as my signet ring. I just didn't notice it. Okay, then that.
It's a letter from past me.
I'll whack 2 levels of effort.
Okay, yeah. We do like us some effort. Okay, so that's like a 16? Okay, yeah. So you look at the seal. It's a very old Calderan seal. Like, it's not the current seal of pride, but it's an older Calderan seal.
It checks out.
But it checks out. Yes, exactly. Let them land. It's fine. So yeah.
Does old mean when someone other than Pride was driving
Yes.
the ship?
Yes, it does. Pre-Pride, if you can imagine such a world. I can't. Yeah, exactly. But yes. So yeah, essentially it's a very, very fancy invitation. Everyone is named on it. But it does say that, you know, attendance is completely optional. It's one of those very formal but incredibly, like, casually written. Like, as if, you know, you should come see me, but also, if you don't, well, that's fine too, I guess, but probably should.
Get it back.
Okay.
From whom?
Oh, it doesn't say, it just has the address.
Was Alubin?
Gone.
No,
They left.
Alabama was not named, no.
Yep.
Only
Yeah,
Falkwin.
like on the letter, yeah.
Yeah, Falkwin was named, Myr'ra was named, you guys were all named, yeah. Basically, anyone that's relevant to this story arc was named. Yeah, right, imagine that. But the very fact that, like, yous have been here for, like, several hours, and this has already reached you guys is impressive. It means someone's obviously in the know. Someone's either got spies in the Arcanatrix or just knows enough political movements within, like, you know, how long it took, obviously, Riven's message to get up to the Countess and back with the arrangements and stuff. Like, somebody somewhere at least is in the know. But yeah, and just for John's benefit as well, like, Alubin was not named on the letter, it was just Falkwin.
Okay. Wait. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lockhart will read out the address and look to Falkwin and Riven.
Where?
Is this a place that you... Is this perhaps... or Devil's residence in Cascade City?
you're not aware of any Devil's residence in Cascade City.
Like the address, is it near any major...
So, the address
major-
itself is from somewhere that is, like, if Cascade City had the council area that all the official stuff is in, and nobody really lives there unless you're, like, told you're living there by an official. You've then got all the well-to-do people that live on the ring outside that. Then you've got all the people that probably do businessy stuff, like the middle-classy business-owning ring. And then you've got the lesser talked about people that build housing outside of Cascade City on the side of the the big black walls, just to try and feel like they're close to the Cascade City itself. Because again, all the land is unclaimed; it's neutral territory because nobody's willing to like lay claim to old Ironroot Elf territory. So this is like on like the outer rungs. Like this would be someone that's like quite low down in importance, like this house.
Let's try. It's called Darren Sigil. The letter's not going up in smoke or anything, is it?
No, it's not. No.
So if you want to keep it.
But the very fact that there is a wax seal with a Calderan stamp in it is obviously overt enough, right? So it's not like they're hiding that, if indeed this person is hiding on the outskirts of the city.
And it's just that Lockhart doesn't happen to actually know it. It's not like it's...
Yeah, to specify, like, the subtleties of devils are very lost, even on demons, right? So...
Wants to put a bet on it's one of the other 6.
Still likely. Try and...
It would be weird for a devil, though, that wasn't needed to be in Cascade City, right? That would be a big deal if a devil happened to be in the city, and that wasn't sitting on the council for council reasons, right? Generally, they do hang out in, well, from what people can tell, Caldera.
But if they want to be the one holding the sword...
I mean, true. Thoughts, gang?
As being invited, so it would be remiss of us to turn down opportunity. Some channels of communication open with these groups. Not for us all to go. Just some of us, but
They know we're
first-
here.
Oh,
They
I'm
know
sure
us all by
already
name.
know.
That is the thing. So,
It's remember, very casually written though, because of come one, come all, come none. But you probably want to come.
should attend, but what do we sword?
Well, I
I
guess
will continue to carry the sword. If we can find a way to strap it on my back, I'm sure my costume pack will be able to disguise it.
Alabama appears in her windswept drama and says, "That sounds like a terrible idea."
Wow, you could help out, Aliben.
Like
You-
the neck twist so quickly, like snaps, like to look at you as if, say what? From Alabama.
You could keep the sword.
I
in
don't
your
think that's
pocket
wise.
dimension for now.
If she could raise an eyebrow that was somehow visible, she would. And she goes, I don't think that's a altogether wise idea. Yes, I could safeguard the blade, but do I want anything to do with that blade? No.
Well,
And the other option is Lockhart, Riven. You're our representatives. You're the known faces here. Nobody really knows me. They may know my name. Myself and Falkwin will stay here.
I'm also gonna clarify just for the sake of like mechanics and stuff. So, one of the many gifts that Falkwin as a character gets is in fact like a pocket dimension of like storage space that comes with the focus, right? That he's picked. I just need to make sure that you guys don't feel like Aliben's like a cackling mastermind going, wah, 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 I have stolen the sword now, bye. Like, it just feels more natural that someone like them wouldn't want anything to do with it. Falkwin
Yeah.
still can store the blade in that pocket dimension if he wants, just means Alabin might be a bit pissed off. But that still can happen as a asset to the party, just FYI. Obviously you can deal with whatever in-game drama is needed, but that's just a smoothing of the potential, like mechanically the sword could be stored in a pocket dimension, but no, Alabin clearly isn't eager for that, given the implications.
Myself and Lockheart could go, and then perhaps Falkwin and Nori can go and do some very light testing on the sword.
I will do some watching from a distance, and Falkwin can test all he likes.
That. Not all he likes, no, Nori. Nori,
Well,
please,
yes.
please. Thank you.
Yes.
I know we have Luben to hopefully. I'm looking at her like, please tell me you can just fucking stop him sometimes. Restrain his enthusiasm.
Yes, that is something I can attempt.
Does that sound agreeable to all? Birds one stone, as they say.
I'm excited to get started.
Wonderful.
You're all bit.
Okay, so it sounds like we're splitting the party.
Yeah, I don't like that idea. I never liked that idea, but
I mean,
Okay. YOLO.
exactly, right? I mean, you can always just hide it under a mattress and all of you go, right? Like, there is that option too. It just depends how
when
much
does that ever work?
you've hid it in a really magical elven cloak, right?
We're dealing with devils here.
Yeah.
Devils.
Yeah.
And the Pride Devil's allowed to come here. Because this is the city where he can come and sit at a fancy table. So him being there is not going to bat any eyelids.
Arguably, they have a lot of sway in what happens in the city as well.
Exactly. So no, somewhere where that fucker can walk around free reign.
Okay, so leaving the sword in the capable hands of Nori and Falkwin, and unfortunately
Yes.
Alibin, who is tethered to Falkwin. And yes, we yeah. Where do you go to do testing?
That is a very good question.
Alibin
we
suggests a
don't-
mountain range.
Well, we don't want to be waving this around publicly in the Arcanatrix.
No.
We definitely want some private space.
I believe if you were to take this back to the Arcanatrix, the very fact that this group teleported with it is insane. The people studying various energies within those halls could detect this easily, even through this cloak.
We should avoid the esteemed eyes of the masters. For sure. They would recognize this for what it is. I don't think Falkwin would have much other space to himself aside from that.
Yeah, I think like the
So-
main thing that I think Alabin's getting across is there are no good places to study this in the city. Right? Like realistically, like if you would need the resources of the Arcanatrix to make any kind of impact ultimately. It's not to say you couldn't just take some and move them somewhere else, right? But the more you take, the more noticeable it's going to be. Where do you do it? The less central, the less secure you're going to be technically, but then the more central you are, the more proximate to a potential pride you are. Like, yeah, Alabin has been very subtle in saying the city is a terrible place to study this, hence the mountain range they initially suggested sarcastically, but also kind of genuinely. Because if something blows up in the mountain range, that could have been anything.
Do you have a favourite mountain range in mind, Ella?
And kind of like, again, if you could see her roll her eyes, it says, anywhere that isn't under such scrutiny would be useful. Perhaps let's not anger the dwarves.
It's an unclaimed mountain range. Falkwin's
I
just
mean,
taking her completely seriously.
and the thing is, like, Cascade is surrounded by like mountainous terrain, like this, like the in one of the mountain ranges. I don't know exactly specifically where, but in one of the kind of mountain edges of Cascade City, the borders of the actual land, there is a monastery, which is where Scott's character was from. The monastery of the Two Circles. That's where he was recalled to as well, pending his involvement in getting a new queen crowned. His monks were like, "So balance, huh?" And I have been chatting to him about that.
I think we do not want to move too far away from the needs of the party.
Yeah, I think if you guys travelled,
I need to be like 2 minutes.
that's okay.
Right,
Take
sorry.
time. I think the main issue there, Nori, is like anywhere that Alabama would consider safe is far enough away from the city. It would take like probably a week to get to, right? Like towards a mountain, depending on how you travel, of course. But like, yeah, the mountain ranges surrounding the territory that Cascade City's in. Yeah, Alabama's just worried that anything you do might resonate.
Probably, yeah. It's a fucking beacon weapon.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you saw how quick Loudon was able to get back to that throne room when a claim was made. And none of that was necessarily sword magic, right? All of that was just the rituals put in place to warn the monarchs. By the way, you know, the right of authorized ascension has been claimed. So yeah.
Maybe under the bed's a better idea, and we just don't go to the party.
It's up to you guys. Like, as I said, you are welcome to do whatever you want to do. But if you're asking Alabama has opinions.
The thing is, depending on how long we're going to be in the city, Falkwin's testing could happen on the road.
I mean, you know that Vermi is going to be a couple of weeks away, right? And she kind of wants you guys to kind of be there and have done a lot of the groundwork for her getting there, whatever that really means. Whether or not you should still be there with the sword is a different story, but you should at least have something to tell her in 2 weeks' time. Ideally. Even if that's just leaving a message with someone in the city, like the Countess or whatever, to debrief her. But you could have read into Vermi's debrief with the assumption that she expects to see you guys, but obviously if you happen to need to go somewhere with this sword or not, like, she'd understand, because her mission was go deal with this and just have it dealt with, please. Is the main mission. And also try and help Chiral if you can. Yeah.
I guess something we should kind of verbalize is what we actually want to find out from the sword. Like, I know Lockhart kind of said, like, to work out a bit more about it, but
like, what does that even
I'm
look
not
like?
entirely
Yeah.
sure what that means. Whether that is trying to be like, is it resonating messaging? Is it actually a listening device? They're listening to us right now. Like, this is kind of useful, but so we can't kind of hand that for the moment, and everyone comes with us. I think it's better that Nori keeps a hold of it. I would rather we have it with stuff under the.
I mean, I guess let's simplify it then. Who thinks you should all go to this meeting together then? Don't all speak at once?
I'm of the opinion you don't split the party unless you've really got to, and we don't really got to just now, so...
Okay.
Falkwin's definitely in 2 minds. I personally also agree, don't split the party. Falkwin really, really, really wants to have a crack at that sword, but also really doesn't want to see it left on its own, and also wants as much protection and assurance around us as we can while we're doing anything potentially vulnerable with the sword. So he's like, as much as he's really enthusiastic about starting to poke at it, he doesn't necessarily want to do that while he's by himself and easily ambushed by demons.
Mm.
Back in character, Falkwin, you recognise the sword almost at once.
Yes.
Can I ask how?
How could you not? I mean, so okay, so there's the physical appearance, which anyone who's studied magical artifacts or history, I suppose, would recognise. But then there's just it has this energy that is entirely singular. There's nothing else. Well, there are four others like it, I suppose. The blades themselves, though, they're completely unique. No one anywhere that we know of has ever been able to make something quite like these. They are alive.
So back to the question of research. Within the Arcanatrix, there are books, libraries, histories
Yes.
concerning the sword.
Yeah, written accounts. There will be scholars who have studied the blades. There will be equipment that we could use in order to observe various aspects of its ether.
And you know from a past campaign that very little has been already studied about the blades, because obviously rulers aren't eager to give up their sword for study.
So many histories are probably not
you're
first
saying
hand by
your
scholars.
chance
They're
to
probably
discover.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I missed all of that.
So it's a chance to discover a lot of new things and have your name put
Yes.
against those discoveries.
Yeah, the Falkwin.
Think of the pride. No, not pride. What's the word?
Do not.
You're right. Let's just on that. We'll just do nothing and be oh no wait, what's that called?
Yeah. Perhaps we'll overindulge. Yeah.
Hey, now let's not go to war with. Oh.
God damn it!
Yeah, got a lot of bases covered there. Sadly, it's almost like it's a tricky thing to be tasked with as a story arc. But yes, so ultimately, I think what I'm gathering here is you're going to do something with the sword, and probably all go together so as not to split the party. I think is what I've heard so far, if I'm summarising, unless MD has any very strong suggestions to the contrary. As I said, Falkwin can store the sword in the, I think it's called Hidden Closets, the exact move in the book, which is like a...
Let's not piss off Alabin, though. We just met her.
but that is definitely more of a Alabin's preference rather than, she is indeed a personality, but there is a player controlling the abilities of that character. So yes, but it definitely means she might not be happy the next day. Yeah. But also, would she be happier with that than, that painting a massive target on Falkwin? I mean, there is arguments to be made.
I don't know if it's... I don't know how clear it is that Falkwin and Aluben are sort of destined for each other. I think there's some extent of that, right? But
I mean, she's definitely made it clear to you that she's eager to engage in this connection, and that it seems to be quite rare. But whether or not you believe that, it's up to you, I guess, right? Like, she's opinionated, we know that, but also, like, interested in your continued survival, which is always nice.
Please no die. Hey, thanks.
Seems to be aware of her limitations as well, like, can't guarantee he'll be able to keep him unharmed if something comes for that sword.
So one last question then before we move on. Alabin, you said it was a bad idea to take the sword to this party. Why?
I didn't say that. I said I don't wish to be the bearer of this blade. I think what you're maybe confusing is just the idea of like if Lockheart has recognized the Calderian seal, which she hasn't because she disappeared when the letter was like brought in. Unless Lockheart has said in her presence it's a Calderian seal, she won't have any kind of like knowledge of being able to say, don't take it, the demon blade. It's a Calderian like seal. Like that's a terrible idea. But I don't think she has that. Like I don't think that's been super clear. But we can we can say she said that if it's easier.
I mean, Lockhart did say like about and said the address.
But the address isn't like, oh, a demon lives here avenue. Like it's just some random part of Cascade City. So unless you specified this is from an old Calderian seal.
Yeah, I think it would have saying asking, is it Calderian? The seal, and then describing the address.
I mean,
wouldn't have made a point about it.
You also could just show her the seal.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, Lockhart has not had many particular evidence that this person is or is all-knowing, useful. Like, I'm entirely convinced it's not just like, we had the imp living in
mirrors.
The box. Like, is kind of still treating this as we have Falkwin, and if he thinks it's helpful, sure. Lockhart told Falkwin. That's
yeah. So I think like the main thing for like Nori's kind of question there really is, if you are dubious about the safety of this blade, why would you risk it? It's like a general reply, right?
For Lockhart, the greater risk is leaving it.
I quite agree. It is dangerous to take and to leave. Your options seem limited. What would you lose less sleep over?
I trust in Nori's ability. Take it with us and it goes south, he will get out. It's me though.
I would agree.
Excellent.
Alright then, we're all going on a picnic. Fucking stop.
Woo! Time to get dressed up.
On you go.
Speaking of picnics, I'm going to go off camera so I can eat.
Munch.
I'm still here though.
Okay.
It might be quieter, but Falkwin is still here and I am still listening.
Okay.
Awesome.
Gonna mess up my camera order.
How did I get up here? I want to go back.
But yes, so everybody's, I guess, making preps to go to this place. You're taking the blade wrapped in, the thing strapped to Nori's back. That all sound good, yeah?
All suited and booted.
Yep. So you want to dress up for the occasion, yeah?
Oh, it's a party, isn't it?
I mean, is it, like, it was a formal invitation, but not to anything named. Just an address. But I mean, you can treat it like a party if you want. We can have formal Nori.
Fun Nori.
Fun Nori, yeah.
Yeah.
Outfit 2 Nori, yeah. Okay. How anybody else making any particular preparations?
Sword and armor, just in case. Ready to throw hands.
Just, I guess, trying to brush up on my recollections of demon or devil. Maybe we're talking lesser, just etiquette.
Okay. Do you have a roll you want to do for that to see how well that goes?
What I was wondering is just bringing it up with Riven.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Who probably would have a similar, better understanding of some of it.
I mean, Riven's wife is a Helborn diplomat. Yeah. Yeah.
I know a bit. I know a wee bit.
Even if it's secondhand, it's probably better than what Lockhart. Because Lockhart will have met Helborn Nediam.
Hedera.
My wife.
That's how you know Riven, remember? Because you and Hedera technically know each other.
I spoke with her, so...
Lockhart, There was a lot of etiquette. Sometimes they might get mixed up.
Remember that time where you erased that guy's memories and Riven reminded you that you'd met our wife, and if you have ever revealed that you have done anything to Hedera or Riven's brain, that you would lose yours? It was a very touching moment.
It's fine.
It could be a very touching moment.
and the people that definitely remember it were there. No one else had to forget that event.
The worrying thing is what Hedera is capable of as well.
I think it's just like basic conversation, like you don't hold eye contact for too long. It can be seen as a challenge. Don't mince your words too much. It's one of those
Don't
things
say, I would give my soul for this.
be very careful when you talk. Try not to talk about souls. Try not to talk about deals. Be very direct. Because if you start mincing your words, they start playing with your words, and then it gets complicated. I remember
And you end up
speaking to
married.
Hedera. That was my idea.
Yeah, commit to the moment, not anything beyond it, basically. Yeah.
But yes, careful with your words, and it's fairly obvious when they want to throw hands. They usually stand up and start getting very warm.
Oh no, very cold, remember.
Or very cold, sorry.
Demons are very, remember Shadow and Ice? It's the Celestials that are all light and fire.
So yeah, if the room starts dropping in temperature, we're pissing it off.
Yeah, if you walk into somewhere chilly, like, something's bad. Okay.
You'll be fine. It tries shit out of sword. Simple as
This reminds me of the time
time we spoke to a celestial.
Just casual
With Nori
things.
in party mode, I'm gonna.
Does it just look like a duff hat with the two, like, cans in it?
Yeah, well, that's a possibility, but I'm thinking more along the lines of, am I in Riven up and down and thinking to myself, armor. That's so yesterday. What can we put on armor to freshen it up a little bit? Party armor. Party armor.
I don't know, like ribbons and bells.
You could drape you could drape a curtain over them and make it look a bit like a toga or something, right? Hang it off the armor.
She does have a massive cape on.
What colour's the cape? Is the cape coloured? Is it
It's
black?
the colours of Voros. It's Voros's colours, basically. It almost looks like she's wearing the flag of Voros as a cape. Like it's all fucked up. So, like she probably took it off in a battle and just wore it because she was like, why not?
Need to represent, right?
Yeah, represent. So whatever the colours that is.
I can probably imagine it probably has like purples in it. Like
This isn't going the way I thought it was going to go, but anyway, moving on. I thought Riven, the thought of me putting ribbons on her armour was going to get me putting Sky Tail again, but
maybe to get the ribbons up the top though, you'd need Sky Tail.
You'd need. Nori, you've seen me with children. Don't mind things. Just look big and scary. I'm not that bad. At least I hope I'm not. Still, I need to be.
Okay. Any other prep? Or are we good? Okay. So I just head straight to the address? Yeah.
Is there any gifts we should be picking?
Nice bottle of wine?
Is that a gift for Nori? Or
It's a party! You don't go on empty-handed to a party.
I think I'd second that. I'd certainly say at least Riven's like pointing out as they go, like places to go that she'd suggest, or that's the quickest way to get here, and that's the quickest way to get there. If you ever get lost, try and aim for this bit because that's like a centralized point, and everything branches from there. You know, tourist distractions basically.
and like there are like several towers like within Cascade City that all seem to be part of the main like big structure, and the big central towers like where all the kind of council chamber stuff is. So like realistically looking for the biggest tower is always good, and just heading that way gets you to the center. So it's very hard to get lost in Cascade City unless you're trying to, right? And the further out you go is the easier to get kind of lost in the kind of crammed in structures that have been built within the city that weren't initially part of the Iron Root design.
Excellent. That's good to know.
Yeah. Well, like it's as close to what I'd call a middle class slum as possible at the outer circle. It's very, very packed. We're talking like almost a Tim Burton-esque drawing of a street. Like it's that level of everything's crammed in and angular, and where people could claim land within the city is quite rare, given how elitist, I guess, a postcode in Cascade City would be. Generally, people are here for a purpose. They're not here for like hanging out, right? There's not just people who just live here because of inherited property or anything like that. It is always purpose driven. But that's where all the almost slums on the outside of the city kind of come in, like where a lot of people are just like, well, we want to be here, and nobody legally can kick us out because nobody technically owns it. So we're allowed to just claim what we want, and if we can safeguard it, we have it.
And whether you like it or not, big cities need lots of workers.
Yes, and supply lines and stuff. Like Cascade City is supported by all the nations, right, that support it, and there is a dedicated amount of resources that come from each location that go to it. It has a, like, for better or worse, it has a standing army that are specifically set up to safeguard the city and the people within, but that's made up of various like races. Like it's all like the dragons sent people, the demons sent people, blah blah blah. Like X amount
United Nations.
Exactly, right. It is like a mixed bag thing, but it's not an army that would necessarily like go across the Expanse Sea, right, and fight or anything like that. It's very much a localized, we're here to keep the city safe. If one of the five does something a bit iffy, that's meant to act neutrally, right, that army. They wouldn't necessarily stand a chance against the standing army of, like if Denk decided, fuck Cascade City, Denk's army would be able to crush the Cascade army because there's so much more of them. But, the whole point is we're working together. That's it, really. It's more symbolic than super functional. So yeah, you head through the city, use forgo gifts given that you don't know how it would be received.
Or who's receiving it.
Exactly. You might be the gifts, you just don't really know. And then, yeah, you are probably cursing your Helborn ally, given that Myr'ra seems tied up with things. But probably would have been great for this moment. And then, yeah, you just get to like this, like, I'm going to say unassuming for, again, the middle class district, the outer like limits of the middle class district of Cascade City. So you've travelled like quite far from the centre of the city. You're right at the outskirts. Again, it's all kind of enshadowed by like this big, tall, dark black wall. The last light of the day, like kind of reflecting off its kind of very polished, almost crystal like structure to it. The site itself, probably when the light hits it, is probably really pretty. But yeah, it's still imposing if you think about it too long. And yeah, like you get to this, like it kind of looks a bit like a kind of townhouse. Like several stories. Again, just doors straight off the street. You assemble outside it. Do you knock? Or do you just... Yeah. So as you go to knock, the door creaks open. And we have that standard issue sound effect for that too. And then there's a warm smell that hits everybody as soon as the door kind of like creaks open. And it's like somewhere between like barbecued meat and freshly baked bread. So it's quite a like the saliva glands maybe think should be kicking in. And then yeah, like the door just opens, there's nobody there to greet you, it's just door creaks open, like, and eventually the smell hits you all. I will state that Half-Elven has not been visible for any of this journey, obviously, just for admin purposes. Half-Elven seems to only appear when like summoned or trusts the people in the room.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I mean, like,
I assume nothing.
Falkwin did out them immediately. So Elwyn's like, well, I guess I'm trusting you all now. So yeah, she's dealt with that. She's moved on very quickly. She's had to. So yeah, but not being visible for this, definitely not.
Yeah, totally get that. I
Mhm.
think all of us would like to hide in the pocket dimension right now.
Quick, everybody get in!
Definitely from the door, I think Riven will just kind of just peek the head in and be like, hello, we received an invitation.
You just kind of hear from somewhere in the house, come in! Come in!
It's not Pride's voice, is it?
I mean, it's not some spooky, reverby shadow wraith thing clutching a sword as a corpse has fell out of it, no. However that sounds.
Riven will go first, but arm up, ready to grab the sword if necessary.
Okay, yeah. So you head in. Does everybody follow, or do they just let Riven?
Suddenly walks in
Yep.
with a hype Riven.
Yep, that's fair.
Deploy the shields.
Yep. I'm going to assume Nori's probably next, and then maybe Falkwin last. Just as a matter of not having the sword last in the door. And then yeah, like you head in. And yeah, like as you like head in, the door like slowly creaks closed again. Not with any like, again, malice, just seems to be a creaky door. The smell's still obviously quite strong as you like head through. You hear like clattering, as if like, you know, noise from the kitchen. As you're walking in, there's like, you know, a corridor straight in front. It seems to go to what looks like, you know, some kind of bathroom. There's stairs going up. To your left, there looks like a kind of drawing room. To your right, there's big double doors into that, and it looks like there are big double doors going through into what looks like a dining room. And then all the noise are coming from like a third room further down, which could be the kitchen. And that's where you are.
Where would you like us to go, precisely?
And you kind of just hear the, come through, I can't see you. Come through. It's
Where?
it's nearly ready. And like the voice is coming from the kitchen.
Nori, ready to run when necessary?
Always.
Love it to hear it. Falkwin,
Yes.
welcome to the fucking club. And I move towards the kitchen.
Yeah, and like as you you like head through, you pass like the dining room stuff. It seems like places have been set out and like little name tags have been put out as well, like for people, and it's all of your names that have been set out. And yeah, like through the other kind of double doors that are like lying open, you can see like, you know, a kitchen mid-use, meaning it's an absolute riot in the kitchen, like things are piled up everywhere and stuff. And there's like this form behind all these like piled up pots and pans and various ingredients, moving back and forth, as if like, you know, frantically cooking. It's like, find your places, I'll be with you in a second.
So, food, party, possible devil, gluttony, maybe? Thinking out loud, this is me, not Falkwin.
It's always good to specify, yep.
Could be gluttony. Depends how much food it looks like there is as well.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. I think Riven looking over everything just kind of like, fucking hell, this place is a disaster. Do you need a hand with anything?
How very kind of you to offer. No, sit down, I'll be with you. Just sit down. I'll be there.
Just looking at the back of this form, small, tall.
I mean, it's hard to
humanoid
like.
shape.
It's hard to see through the amount of crap piled up in like the kind of kitchen island type thing that's like, you know, blocking the view of where they seem to be like running back up and down. But they're big enough to see over a massive pile of stuff. So like, there may be again like the upper end of 5 foot, maybe into the 6 foot. Like, but they're a bit stooped over as well.
Alright. Take our places.
They mostly seem like someone that has never had to juggle cooking a meal before. Like, they're trying to time everything and going to like 5 different parts of the kitchen at once. It definitely smells like there have been several attempts beforehand as well, now the closer you've got.
Yeah, to the seeds.
Yep. So you find like obviously like Lockheart, Dourf, etc. Like is like a place name. You sit there. Oh, sorry.
Is it nice fun?
I mean, it's not Comic Sans, so
Is it written in crayon?
I don't know what like it would be written in. Like I don't know, like Cascade Basic, right? Like that'll do. So
Is it like someone that
Handwritten like the note.
or
oh yeah, it's definitely in the same kind of calligraphy as the note was. Like legible, but like through calligraphy, right? And like yeah, you all kind of like find your places. I'm assuming you all do.
I'm looking at the silverware.
Okay, yeah. There isn't silverware for obvious reasons.
Oh, of course.
Yep. You imagine just a Fey tea party.
Yeah. Oh, hello!
He's in my spoon.
Hands coming out of like plates to serve, like yeah, from the reflective surfaces. No, silverware is not a thing in this world, sadly. Fancy like metals and stuff.
Teaspoon.
Yep. Quick, galvanize everything. So anyway, you sit down. You obviously look at the nice plate. Like it's definitely like if this person's middle
Effort's been
class
put in.
and they've got money, right? Like it's a nice big house out this far. Like that's the thing. Just because it's all crammed in with like no garden space or whatever is the only downside to Cascade City's like outer edges. It is still people with enough money to like justify being there. But yeah, like I'm assuming, as I said, everybody takes their space that's assigned to them. Nobody swaps places or anything, Nori? No? Like, you actually sit at the one that says Nori Nediam? No.
Is there a
Depends how many-
headplace setting for this other character, and do they have a name tag?
There is no. I am at the head of the table, of course. No name tag or anything sat there. That part's blank. There isn't even place settings there.
Only enough for us.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, and then eventually, like, you can see like a towel getting flung up over a shoulder. Goes, well, I guess that'll do, is what you hear. And then through walks what I can only describe as Billy Connolly, because walking,
Do you know who I've been hearing? Do you remember Muppets Christmas Carol?
Right. Okay.
And it goes to the future. that's always coming through there.
Fair.
Come in.
Yeah, and know me better, man.
Know me better, man.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely that kind of energy going about, right? Like the Ghost of Christmas Present. But yeah.
Billy Connolly in Muppets Treasure Island.
Yes.
Based within that character.
Well, yeah.
My God.
And then like kind of balancing a whole bunch of various plates, and then just kind of like clatters them down awkwardly on the table, and it's like, help yourselves, and then goes and just like lounges in the chair at the head of the table. Very much like a Jarl, right? Just or a bisexual, just one leg over the armrest type thing. They haven't served this food, by the way. They have just piled up what they were carrying at the edge of the table. So there are meals that are half squished by other plates. It is very haphazard. It does smell nice, but it's very haphazard.
Is there anything?
Do you ask that? Because there's nothing visible.
Then
Or invisible.
let's see. Perhaps a toast to our host. I'm afraid wants to be introduced. You well aware of our names, and we lost here.
Aye.
I've been perfectly taking the plates down
Yeah.
so they don't shower.
Yeah.
Like, you can flatten them all out.
It's like-
Jeez.
Aye. That would be right. You see, I hear things. So I completely ignored like whatever it was you were like asking, and just like, I hear things about things. You know? Like you all. Hence the names. You know? Do you know?
Think usually I can be certain to know my name, actually, but
Well, it's handy knowing who you are.
even more to know your name.
Well, puts like a hand up as if brace yourself. It's like, you might not know this, hence your question. But I'm a devil. Like does that and like taps his nose. Go on, tuck in. It's all fresh. I'm not going to poison you. Why would I waste good food?
Why did you invite us?
Ah, well, I don't blame you. Nobody would. I mean, who would blame you? So pride. And they like start like wrapping their fingers on like the table as if, you know.
You're not pride.
No, I'm not pride. That's not me. I'm the other one.
Of the 6.
Yes, that didn't really clear things up.
No.
Right. So I'm sloth.
Pleasure to meet you.
We'll wait and see if that is the case. But
I
you're
mean, you
right.
made
It
us
could
food.
be. I did. It's not very good.
You tried.
I didn't
Not
really.
those type of things.
The kitchen would attest that you tried
Well,
multiple times.
that's. Yeah. That's today's effort. So. Pride is one of my more enthusiastic siblings. It feels like you've had their acquaintance. Or am I wrong?
It's hard to tell.
Lockhart, you wanted something to drink. Let me, I don't have anything. What would you like?
I don't want to be insensitive, but water would be quite nice, warm. I think climatic differences.
You want warm water? We can have that.
Can manage that.
Yeah. Just stares at the group. Like, as if they have no intention of going to get any water.
And if I did have it, I would toast to your health and generosity for this meal.
Oh, well, I don't know if this is even a kindness, so we'll wait and we'll see how that plays out as well, shall we? You might not like me at the end of this conversation, and I might not like you, but we can definitely get you that wine you asked for. And like they go off, like they actually like climb out of their bisexual pose and head through the kitchen again, and they just like push stuff out the way that clatters, and like they go, "Oh, there is wine! You're in luck, and it is warm!" And like they head back through, and like they sit just this bottle of like wine down, no glasses or anything.
Hopefully it's red if it's warm.
Hopefully it's
mellow.
wine.
It's cooking wine.
I mean, it probably is, right? It probably is, given like where they found it in a pile of cooking stuff. But they sit back down, quite pleased with themselves. And then they kind of like again sit back down with their leg over the armchair and goes, "Oh, did I not introduce myself? I'm Sloth, by the way. And that sword that you brought with you into the city. I mean, don't panic. It's not a trap. It's just, it's quite bold, right? Just walking around with it. What's the plan?"
Well,
How's the wine?
we'll take the wine over and begin making motions to be opening,
Mhm.
and very deliberately, slowly, and instead of actually making.
This man has such object permanence. Riven is just like fucking hell.
Is quite.
If we walk away with the sword, he'll forget, right? That's what Riven's thinking. Like, if we leave
Yeah.
his sight, he's
You'll just
gonna
get another
find
letter in a couple of days that's like, you should come, probably.
He's like, yep, we've done this.
I can already see the answer if we ask him, like, "Oh hey, this is the devil sword. You're a devil. Would you like to take the devil sword?" He'll just be like, "No, that sounds like effort."
Yes, sloth.
Yeah.
He went to all this effort putting this spread on. He's done for
I
the
know.
day.
He's used
Yes.
up all his spoons. He's used up all his spoons.
I mean, it's worth a shot. We have the devil sword. There's a devil in the room. This would be quite a neat solution. As much as
Campaign
Falkwin
over.
really wanted to poke at it.
One shot. See? Totally possible.
You lie! You lie!
Oh, 100%. But yes, so the hanging conversation there was, don't panic, it's not a trap. How's the wine?
It is, as you say, we have been known to occasionally dabble in the old shade of perhaps of boldness, but and difficult times call for some of these more forward moves. It's a lot more hassle than we would usually be wanting to get involved.
That sounds exhausting. How's the wine?
I'm still trying to open it.
Maybe you should get your strong friend to open it for you. You look tired.
Yes, I think I will. And pass it to Nori. Yes. Have you spoken with your...
I wielded it first, you know.
Did you? When was that?
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Well, you do know.
I do now. When did you wield it?
Well, that was a while ago.
How
Back
did-
when it was first.
Falkwin's
you-
having
on you,
to-
Falkwin.
Falkwin's just sort of furiously taking notes.
I think like if you're getting anything from Aluben in the bracer, it's just leave.
Fucking
Falkwin.
I think Riven just very gently interjects, like kind of leans over, just
Forgive my impudence and my rudeness.
Nothing to forgive. It's a party after all. That's what this one thought.
I thought the person who had the sword had to die for it to pick a new person, and you're
Yeah,
okay.
the other ones. Yeah, sure, but not ours. You
So
must
what
have
is the
questions.
requisite-
We're all friends here, right? Ask away.
What is the
Did you
requisite
want
for
wine?
changing-
Or was
I
it
don't-
water? Did you want some water?
Yes. What was the requisite for it changing then from your noble hands to your sibling?
Yeah, you know, time. Just looks off to the middle distance of nothing. And then goes, I'll be back in a moment. And then like climbs back up and like goes back through the kitchen, and you just hear like, you know, some clanking, and they come back through with like a bucket of water that they just sit in the middle of the table.
Thank you.
Like it's literally just like a bucket of water. Like yeah.
It's probably been sitting for quite a while.
And then they
How
sit by
is
the
the food?
I mean, like, it does taste like it's just been made. Some bits might be overcooked, some bits might be undercooked, but on an average, it's a meal.
Lockhart will be making his way
Yeah.
through.
Like, it is all edible. Well,
Yeah, good.
like, some of it might have needed cooked longer, as I said, but that's about it. But it's not like twisted, cursed, rotten food or anything like that. It's not like a Hansel and Gretel house or anything. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and then like they kind of like sit back down as if like taking the conversation a bit more seriously. So they're like both legs are like, you know, non-bisexual for this moment, and they're like, "You must have questions. Ask away. We're all friends here," is what they said. And then Riven, you'd asked.
Falkwin just rushes to the front of the queue on this and is like, how does the sword change hands? How does this work?
Well, you see, we live longer than most. You know, like you know, there are 7 of us, so that's different to how yous work. Where yous come sequentially, you know, and yous aren't always the same. The guy just stares at you like, you know this, right?
Falkwin's just enthusiastically nodding, like
It's like,
somehow
well,
completely on
you
the same
see,
page as
like,
the devil.
having a sword that passed down the lines made sense for, you know, the humans and the, you know, everybody else, but not for us. I mean, arguably, we 7 would be fighting over it forever. So, we can share it. Just decide who gets it.
When did Pride decide they were to get it?
I don't really remember. It was a while ago. I had it for the Fey War, and then I got blamed for the Fey War, but not like causing it, just like the end bit. But that's fine. So I just gave it up because it was hassle, you know? I didn't want hassle. I'm getting old.
I'm making assumptions here. I don't imagine Envy took that very well.
I mean, I don't think they take anything well. But I've not spoke to them in a while. Maybe they grew up.
Do you have much contact with your siblings?
No. I don't even think they know I'm here.
Would your sibling pride, I mean pride being their name and such, their ambitions, know anything of them?
I mean, where'd you go after you're king? You know? Like, it's hard to be on top. Exhausting. People expect stuff of you. And then to have, you know, a kingdom to like look after. That's a lot of work. Nobody tells you this.
Why would you try and take over a second one?
What?
If you still had the sword and you found it very tiring doing the job, why would you ever try and do 2 jobs?
I wouldn't. That sounds exhausting. I didn't even want to do the first job, but it seemed like nobody else was fit for purpose, so it came to me. I had to do it. The Fae were everywhere. What were we supposed to do? Stand by and let them be what they are? No, absolutely not. The whole point was to save everybody, and then look how that turned out. Bloody mess. Do you feel saved?
I'm alive.
Okay, that's a bad example.
Define saved by your standards.
Ugh. Right. So, well, the war ended. Things were well, different, you know, from before, because there was when the war finished, and people were all riled up, but nobody really had any nobody to be angry at, you know. It's awkward for us. Many years ago, obviously, I'm talking long before any of you lot, I think, looks over at like Nori briefly. But then
I still see.
before most things, though, you know, like elves and us, that was kind of how it was at the start. Long before the war, even.
Celestials?
Well, that kind of like looks like you've said something displeasing to them.
I'm just a question.
Yeah, but like it definitely looks
was he
like they seem less like lost in their own whimsy and more like ugh, like can we not talk about that? Like a kid telling you about their favorite TV show and you say, "Have you cleaned your room yet?" though, and then they go, "Oh." Kind of like they kind of like let that hang for a second, the awkwardness there, and then they kind of just talk about something else and go, "We were seen as the enemy." You see. The enemy seems kind of incredulous about that. I was like, we offered salvation in her name, by the way, and you know that was well. We saw how well that was received. Like, but salvation for MD here, you know, it wasn't limited like some people's rules and such. But salvation isn't free. You know this, right? Like, it's effort. You know, people people don't want to be saved as well. We learned that. That was a difficult thing to come by. Like, why did they think it would be free? Like, he's lost like his own like fucking thoughts or memories or whatever at this point. And he says, everything has a price.
Salvation in whose name?
He kind of like looks at you with like a bit more of a smirk and he goes, her! Eve!
Of course.
Salvation from what, though?
This!
Question.
Everything! The suffering! You know, the cycle. Bound to repeat the same stuff again and again just to feed 2 gods. So we learned, and that was, you know, well, you know, all things that look too good to be true usually are, and that's how we thought. Nobody else seemed to think that. They're all so short-sighted, but I bet some now.
Eternal.
What?
You're eternal.
I was eternal.
You don't end.
Kind of like
Was.
blinks at you and says, "You might not get it, but there was a plan." Again, he's clearly rehearsed this. And he's like,
The irony of ending other things when you're eternal.
yeah, and he's like, my plan, right? And it was taken and twisted, and I didn't like that. And you know, it was used, and people used to fear, you know, the elves, right? And they were right to. We should have, but we didn't, because, well, when you're coming from on high, you get a bit of a superiority complex, you know. Back in the day. Look at me now. This has got 3 floors and a basement. He kind of looks around, like house proud of himself. Anyway,
Chef.
no, it was just me.
And you do yourself the too little credit.
Well, I tried to. It's, you know, pride and all. And he kind of like sighs, and then he says, yeah, we came here against our will. You probably should know that. That's probably good to know if you're going to go toe to toe with pride. Not that I'd suggest that you do, or even encourage it. I'll probably be rooting for you though, but it's probably not something I should do. Anyway, all I tried to do was give you all the choice. Another option. We saw what happened. Well, no, yous didn't. Yous weren't there. But I saw what happened. And this is me here now. So, yeah.
So could you tell us what happened?
So death! You know, death and dying and, you know, moving on and joining the cycle and, you know, that, all that. Alata, Gian, you know, making it out like Eve was the bad one. Keeping things static for you lot, never to be free of it. You know that in there, and like points to your chest, like Riven, like, you know, it's like, doesn't like touch or anything, but just like points in your direction. Goes, that thing that powers you, keeps you going, you know, that inner light, if you will. You have no idea how many times that's been here, walking the surface of Gian. It could be new, could be old. Either way, it's here again. And it's going back to the same place it came from. It's just going to come back again and again. And whether you realise it, you're just along for the ride. Whereas, death's a way out of the cycle. True death, though, you know. Moving on, keeping your senses to the other place. A new place. We could have saved you all. Kind of like takes a moment to almost like... They look really defeated, right? Like they do look like they're genuinely like, this should have been such a good thing for everybody. Why it didn't happen, he doesn't understand.
Came with great intention.
Oh, we had to. There was nothing else but doing stuff, right? Like, I mean, we had to. Again, as if justifying it to himself.
But people fear change. Brought change, and a frightening one at that. You speak of the end of things. We fear the end of things.
But you shouldn't, because right now you don't have an end. You're more... You're a puppet.
But I don't remember this other life that I had. This Riven dies.
Why do you
And
think
then-
you can't remember? Think how mad you'd be if you could. Think about all those years piling on. They didn't want that. It's designed to not work that way. The older you get, the weirder you become.
And what does your one pertain to? Say some other place. Is that an eternity or is that limited?
Well, it's a bit complicated, but I'll see if I can help kind of explain it. So the gods, you know, mother and father, if you will, gestures vaguely up and down. Again, for anyone who doesn't know, Alata and Gian, the sun and the earth, you know, are the main gods of the world. Yeah, after a fashion at least, mother and father that is, they feed off you. All of you. Until there's nothing left. they're basically, now rolls his eyes, parasites. You know? I've been called a parasite before, I didn't like it. So I'm not really that eager to call them a parasite, but it's kind of true. Anyway, I'm rambling on. Once my vision was no longer possible, the siblings turned on me, calling me weak and foolish and defeated, truth be told. I'm just tired, you know, tired and old. Well, not old, but old, you know, like old, no, you know. I'll be damned.
Through events, not time.
So long tail cutting too. The siblings took another direction, making this place a home for us and all of you. I think you'll all agree it's going very well.
Sibling pride is causing problems on purpose.
So do you want to find them in the city or not? What would be the outcome you're looking for here? Because what's the goal walking around with that on your back?
Don't want to have it. That's mine. Don't know what anyone else thinks, but I don't want him to have it. That's not my decision to make. That's you and your siblings.
I very much don't want war.
Kind of like
War
sloth nods.
seems bad. War would prevent studying and learning, and all sorts of good daily life things.
What if salvation could guarantee you could study anything you wanted for as long as you wanted? No interruptions or cycle to have to go back to.
Falkwin gets very, very cagey here. It's like
Your arm is glowing.
yeah. Aluben, I guess at this point I should be asking you what Aluben is saying, but
Well, I mean, Aluben has
fairly
mostly
obvious.
everything is just anxiety. Like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, strong anxiety is all you're getting from Aluben. There are no coherent words. Just
Yeah.
don't be here.
Mhm.
That happened as soon as the
Fuck
thing
this
said it was
shit out
sloth.
loud.
As soon as it said it was sloth, Aluben has been on full anxiety mode.
Interesting.
I mean, that's not that interesting. It's a devil.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can you say? Oh, okay. So as opposed to Aluben was concerned that it was particularly sloth among the devils. It was
No,
more
just that it
that-
confirmed it was a devil. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be foolish to claim you were a devil and you weren't.
Mhm.
Like, because the reason why they're scary is because they can do stuff that backs up their name. If you just claimed it and people had to go at you and you fell over, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be great. Bad PR. So, yeah. Is there a response that Falkwin has for sloths?
Falkwin is rather scared to respond. I don't know how staying silent works.
You can just say you look pensive and don't reply. That's fine.
There's maybe something to be said as well for giving a very slovenly reply. Maybe Sloth would like me. You know, replying and you know, I don't want to be in your service. I know that these deals can, you know, be troublesome in all sorts of ways, and you know, I don't know if I want that bother in my life. I'm sure you can understand that.
Anyways, you know, so you just want to find pride then, I'm guessing, to try and, I guess, not have the sword, right? What's the plan? Keep it from them forever?
Unless you think any of your other siblings might be more suitable to use it this time.
Yeah. That's a charged question, really, isn't it? I mean, who would you trust out of the devils?
Sadly, I've not had the fortune of meeting them. And it's really
I don't think pride's in the city. Just like interrupting you, obviously, mid-sentence. Like as if they just claimed a new thought. And it's like, no, I'd probably feel them. But then, Maybe they found a way to hide. Maybe not. Maybe they're not in the city. Where did you last see them?
That's how I say it's difficult to know whether we saw them at all. Potentially, an aspect of them is in the bank.
Okay, so possession, most likely, then, since if you were saying they were holding and you said they were more than just holding the blade, they were in fact wielding it. And he kind of like gestures vaguely to the group, like, fill in the blanks.
We are apprehensive to tell you anything. It is your sibling, after all.
I mean, that's understandable. I have no love for them, but, you know, caution's probably quite good counsel here. However, if I know this, they probably know this, so I don't know what you're really hiding from them. I'm also unlikely to send them an invitation, otherwise they'd probably be here ready to pounce like some kind of strange toy. Also,
Clear agency moment. Do we just go for this with this guy? I'm for telling him.
Yeah.
It's either that or I leave quickly. See what happens.
Use it. That's.
so like,
yeah,
while you are having that thought, right? Like he does say, also, if I wanted it, I don't actually think either, like, you know, any of you could actually stop me taking it.
Yeah, from the way Sloth has been talking, I've gotten the vibe that whenever Sloth is the one left holding the bag, they get shit done. Like the vibe that I got was, well, if Sloth was the first one to hold that blade, it's probably because no one else wanted it, and Sloth was like, well, I really, really don't want to like put effort into things, but this needs
They were
to
the last one
happen.
to say not it because they were too
Yeah.
slow.
Alternatively, the blades were made by the elves, and maybe the elves were like, "This guy will be the least problematic." Like, we don't want to give it to Wrath. That will end horrendously. We probably don't want to give it to Pride or Envy because they'll have a hissy fit eventually.
Greed's not great either, though, really.
Greed might get greedy over land and other objects. Only two are. Then you're on to who have we
Lust
got
and
left?
gluttony.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Lust and gluttony.
problematic.
Lust, gluttony, and sloth. So it's like out of those three, like lust could be lust for power, lust for war. Like lust could cover a lot of things. Gluttony, I mean, is the only like between gluttony and sloth. It's like sloth's going to be the slowest to cause a problem because it's sloth. So could be that the elves made the sword and went, that fucker gets it because they're the problem. They're least likely to be the problem.
I mean, so this sword's not a kingmaker, right? The other four swords are kingmakers. They choose who the leader's going to be. But this one it just comes baked in with these
All
seven
seven.
entities are any of them are fine. It's happy with any of them. They just have to choose among themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
I do think we have to tell Sloth what Pride has done because he needs to know that at least on our side, we think Pride's trying to instigate war.
What is our big picture goal then? The sword's not a kingmaker, and there are 7 king candidates for the devils, and we don't really like Pride. But are we trying to play kingmaker here?
It was a consideration, but I'll be honest, from what Sloth has been saying, it's very possible Pride is also trying to do something beyond my blades. There does appear to be a bit more physical considerations.
There's also an implication in what they've said that, like, Eve is almost like their mother, creator, something to them. Like, Eve is not just a god, she is something they have a kind of relationship with, which is quite intimidating for something of that level of power and for, like, you know, when you're talking about God, you're not going to kind of offhandedly say, oh, I'm one of their babies without thinking there'd be a consequence. So,
and like, to refresh what Sloth said, Sloth had mentioned her in her name being Eve, and then later, like, kind of was kind of shit-talking Alata and Gian as mother and father. After a fashion, I believe they said. So yeah, and they refer to the other devils as siblings. And for the grander lore, the three main gods of the world really are Alata, the sun, Gian, the earth, and Eve, the betrayer / fallen angel. Just for any kind of day that needs to know that.
She's hugely important to the Seven somehow. Not quite sure how, but there certainly seems to be some kind of family tree going on with literally the gods and the Seven Devils. And the fact that the Seven Devils had problems with the Fae is genuinely concerning if that is the family fucking tree. Like god tier. Like demigod tier. We'll probably I think we could probably all argue that the Seven are like demigod tier.
Well, remember, like, the lore of the world is that the devils don't consider themselves demonic. They, in fact, consider themselves celestial in nature.
Yes.
Nobody really leans into that, but they wouldn't argue it to their face.
No, you wouldn't. Didn't like me bringing up celestials, though.
No, well, you brought up angels.
Angels.
So, yeah, they didn't like that.
So, yeah. A lot going on there, but I do think we tell him what has happened with Loudon and maybe he can shed some light on why Pride would bother to do that.
I suspect he already knows most of it, but there's no point in hiding it.
Yeah, there's
no point in hiding the sword either. Do I just bring the sword out and place it on the table and see his reaction?
I think
No, keep it just in case you need to go zoom. Keep it just in case you need to go zoom. All right, who wants to tell him?
well, Falkwin wasn't there for any of it, so tag not it.
Okay, I think Riven will just 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, yeah, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we found that our dear sibling Pride had possessed Queen Loudon's body and presented as the queen of the humans, and has been parading as her for up to and potentially more than a year.
Kind of like
Why?
sits and like runs his hands through his like beard and goatee and kind of just like starts stroking as if, why would you do that? And kind of like
Problem.
eyes like look back at you and says, I would say it's a problem. I would say
He's instigating war between us.
If the humans find out that Pride was possessing the queen, which probably means he killed her, the people of Denk will rise and blame the Calderans for the death of the last queen.
that could happen. Aye, but then would that
What
be?
does he achieve?
I mean, it's passes a couple of years, I suppose, doesn't it? Like, you know, seems like he's like, you can tell he's being flippant verbally, but his eyes clearly show that he's like puzzling something out. And then he kind of like looks back at you all and says, "This has been interesting. Why would they possess your queen? Fred's got a lot of stuff to do. You know, running Caldera. Admin and such. Horrible invention. But so they've killed this queen, Loudon.
Our queen, yes.
Your queen. And possessed her. Then wielded the second blade as the third blade in
Yep,
some
you've
strange
got it.
masquerade.
Yep.
You just haven't told anyone.
Nope, because it could start war.
Oh, it could. Aye, but how are you sure war hasn't already started? That's my worry now. I might have to move. All my stuff's here.
Well, let's maybe try and figure out a way to stop this. It's why I don't want to give your sibling the sword back, because clearly, given it and given the power, they're being a fucking nuisance.
Yeah.
Falkwin doesn't know Riven that well, but is just sort of sliding in at this point because they seem to be getting just a little bit antagonistic of the all-powerful devil. So you said you're not sure war has already started yet. Well, the humans don't know anything, so do you think something might be
Well, they don't live long enough to
up
know
there?
anything worthwhile, do they? So, you know, one kind of like shrugs flippantly at that.
Point.
But that is worrying. Like, if you didn't even notice your queen was missing, that's odd. Anything interesting happened while they were masquerading? Dun dun dun!
Got married.
Eh?
They got married.
Pride!
Yes.
To who?
King.
What was his
To a
name?
human
Douglas?
Douglas Dugal. Consort.
Who's he?
A minor human noble.
That's weird. Kinda
Why?
like looks around. It's just weird. Why would they care? What did they gain?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
You
Why
lot,
go through
you
all
lot
of
procreate
this?
though, right? That's maybe why. Maybe they were looking to have a new host.
Soon to be some dynastic.
Oh, hold on. Host?
Yeah, right. Like if you're telling me Pride's possessed Loudon after having, killed her, maybe. Obviously, there's nobody to pass the sword down to because you just need that sword to get passed down. Can't just hold on to it forever. That'd be suspicious. You people don't live that long. But with a kid, you
You're
could.
telling me Pride was trying to have a child?
In order to then possess that child such that the child becomes the new Pride, which was always the same Pride, just in a different human puppet body.
Yeah, and the puppet doesn't. Sorry, the body doesn't matter. Right, because it's not the human blade. It's not the third blade that's actually in play at all here. Who has the third blade now then? Did you bring that as well? He kind of chuckles a bit to himself.
The rightful queen has it.
Oh, good. He just kind of like shuts that conversation down. Oh, good. Huh.
So, let me just summarize this. Because you know Caldera better than all of us.
Well,
Pride's not been running that show. Pride's been busy running ours. For nearly 2 years.
Wrath was always happier to run Caldera. We didn't pick Wrath though. Yeah, so I imagine if anyone was doing anything in Caldera, it would be Wrath. But, maybe Greed. Greed liked running stuff too. I doubt it's the others though.
Your siblings, do they ever cooperate very closely, or are they all?
He kind of chuckles, but he goes, "I'll have you know we're all very close." He kind of just chuckles sarcastically at that. We've been around for a long time. You tend to go over petty problems quite quickly. Well, it's a decade or two. But, we've had to get used to everything being temporary here. You know?
We have no idea why Pride might do this.
I mean-
Instigate war.
Maybe they're bored. Maybe they want another kingdom. Maybe they want a summer house. I don't really know, I'll be honest. You should just ask her.
I don't want to see her ever fucking again.
That's understandable. I don't either.
War comes, then there's a high chance that the Fae will manage to come back.
And he kind of like sits back for the first time, like as if this is the first time his body language has properly reacted. He sits back and he's like, I don't think that's true. That seems extreme.
All out war, 5 blades all falling apart.
Do you know what it cost to keep them out the first time? I don't think they're... Someday would know.
5 blades were to stop working together. That's...
I mean, vaguely gestures to annoying side conversation he doesn't actually have, and then goes, anyway, no, the cost was... no, it's done. They're out. It's locked. They can't come in.
Says who?
I kind of like looks off to the side and is like, his king, like gestures vaguely to Nori.
And if all-out war begins between all 5, Rakashans come in, goes to hell in a handbasket, the Fae won't find a way back in. 100%.
He kind of like sighs very awkwardly, right? Like you can tell he's uncomfortable even entertaining the conversation, and he's like, my dream that I came up with for all of you was the cost of keeping them out. I don't think anyone has that in them to undo. I mean, if the 7 devils worked together, I don't even know if we have the oomph to undo what was done to keep them out. And like, you actually see like a tear like stream down, like if it's just the one. There's like, definitely like a severity to his voice that he hasn't really had until you mentioned the Fae.
It's a risk. I understand you have clearly given up something. Speak of your dream.
Do you think we wanted to live here?
Wrapped.
We were cast out because of her. And we built a home for us. And that was used to keep them out. You have no idea of the sacrifice the devils have made to keep this world safe.
You build paradise and it for them.
Kind of just like nods, and then eventually like you notice he's got like tear halfway down his face, and he like wipes it away and looks at it and kind of like chuckles, going, "Oh, would you look at that?" And he kind of looks at everybody and then kind of sits back as if a very unpleasant evening has happened, dinner party wise, and he says, "I don't think I can help you all, because I don't really know if yous know what yous need to do, and yous need to do a lot of big thinking about what to do with that blade and what the least damage is, because sadly, those elves, they screwed us all over. Every single one of us."
I'm assuming he's meaning the 7 of them.
Well, you can take that how you will.
It's from him, exactly. From him it could mean anything.
Good. So this is me speculating again. So if I'm understanding that right, the devils were working on some Project Utopia where they wanted to create like everlasting paradise for all the people of this world that they ended up stuck in. but then they had to turn that into the prison for the Fae.
Or at least something that safeguards this world from the Fae, right? It was in some way used to protect this world from the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
That part's unclear.
Okay. Could Pride and potentially Pride's allies among the other devils be trying to revive this project in some sense? Like, maybe try and leave the Fae cage, whatever it might be, alone, but try and do Project Utopia 2.0. I wonder.
Build another one, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, the only thing you've got to go on is Sloth saying he doesn't think MD has the oomph to undo what was done. So whether or not that means you have a chance at redoing it is a different story. But
But why would the humans be involved? Why
Exactly.
involve of all the species Pride could pick? It picked the humans.
You only know that because we're here.
Oh.
Only not because it came out of Loudon.
That he hasn't done the exact. She hasn't done the exact same to all the other ones.
Should we check on the dwarves and the dragons and the elves just to make sure
With
they're not
your
all
devilometer.
puppets?
I mean, just with the way the lore of this world works, I think if Pride had tried it against the elves of all people, Pride would be made a fucking example of by now. I think we'd all be aware that Pride
Also,
tried something.
The elves don't have a ruler.
Oh, how does that work?
There's 3 heads of the elves. They attend in the 3 seats assigned to the council because initially the first blade wielder was an Iron Root elf. There are no Iron Root elves.
So, arithmetic. The elves have 3 rulers.
They used to have 4 because there used to be 4 elves, right?
Mhm.
The Iron Root, the Gold Leaf, the Silver Thorn, and the Bronze Bark. And then all the Iron Root are gone. That left 3. But the way the council was set up, you had the members of the 5 blades. That was for 5 seats specifically. The Iron Root had that seat. And because there were 3 other factions of elves that were all that individual, they all got a seat each on the outer council, which is why Riven's countess has one of the 3 seats that isn't the queen's. So nobody sits in that seat for the elves.
So, where does the first blade live?
Exactly.
Oh, does no one know? Okay.
Nobody in recent times has any idea about the first blade.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, the
it's
guy
quite
across
interesting.
from us knows a lot about it, probably because the second blade was theirs. The Iron Root went and made the sword, and then immediately gave the devils the next one because the Fae were picking the fight with the devils primarily. It was going to spread, so he would know. He would know the person probably on a first name fucking basis.
If he remembers, yeah, probably.
If he remembers, so. Okay.
So the math I was doing in my head there, there are 7 devils, and assuming Sloth is being candid with us, he doesn't know anything about what the others are up to, so that leaves 6 devils who might or might not all be in cahoots with each other.
He did imply he knew something because he said Wrath probably is the one doing everything back in Caldera, or Agreed, because they seemed the most interested in that. The others probably aren't doing that. He didn't say why he thought that, he just seemed to know they wouldn't care.
So I'm wondering, well, if we count up, right, we have human, dragon, dwarf, 3 elves. That makes 6. So with Sloth here, that means there are enough devils. Okay, but I guess I didn't count Caldera. So if you have,
It'd be weird if the devils possessed themselves.
that's true.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but
right, the
then-
double
but then
bluff.
But then that leaves no one running things in Caldera.
No, it would leave one of them.
Would it?
Yeah, because you've counted up 6.
Human,
Yes, but
Draconic, Dwarf, and then the 3 elves. So let's say Sloth wasn't in the plan. The other 6 could take all of the things, and Sloth would get left behind.
Mm-hmm.
You have enough for all of them to take
But
over.
none of them can wield the blades.
Mm-hmm.
Only Pride can wield the blade.
That's true.
Only
Well,
Pride could wield the second blade. Pride did not wield the third blade.
yeah, that's true. There's only one second blade, and any of them could. wield
Guess what's
that
a
blade, but
prerequisite
there's
for
only
turning
one
up at the
those
table of the
blades.
5 blades meetings? Having your fucking blade with you. Except the elves.
Ah.
They get to sit on their seats, regardless of the blade.
How
So,
many
yeah.
meetings of those are there? How frequent are they?
Very infrequent. Only when something big enough for the world to care about, like a new ruler stepping up, comes in. I mean, it's why the devils don't change ruler often, because they don't want to be in that room, right?
Mm.
Like, yeah.
Because right, so
So 2 things I think you should think about, right, moving forward, because we're closing out soon. 1, you've got things you could ask Sloth as a final question, right? You definitely have a bunch of things that you could ask Sloth about, specifically anything even loosely related to the first blade if you think it will help. Or, what's another good question? I just had it 2 seconds ago and it's just been deleted from my brain.
Would he know how the blade was made?
I mean, let's put it this way.
Unlikely.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think the elves liked the devils? Yeah. It seems like they definitely don't and have never liked each other, right? But yeah, there's probably about 1,000,000 questions you could ask Sloth, quite frankly, but is there anything you think is important to get as a final point out of him for at least tonight? Any thoughts, gang? You can share your thoughts amongst yourselves.
I only have 2 kind of questions.
Okay, what are they?
The first one would be, does Sloth know of any way of destroying the blade?
Okay, what about your second question?
The second one is one that Riven is probably hedging their bets asking, is how do you reverse the damage caused by one of the blades?
I'm not going to ask him that. If he thinks for a second there's a fae,
Yeah.
he might hunt them, so no. I think the only thing I would say against us destroying it is, 1, we don't really want that to turn into common knowledge. And
No,
2,
but by asking the
it's not
question, he
fair.
has to consider what we're trying to do to stop Pride.
He does
How
seem
far we are
nonplussed
willing
about
to
that,
go.
right? Like, he does seem fairly laid back, seems too on the nose, right? But I think he's kind of happy to see what happens to Pride happen to Pride, regardless of what it is. Like, he's not. Like, he did say, I mean, if I wanted, I could stop you guys, right? So
Yeah. It's just.
I'm definitely cautious of Sloth. Yeah, if I wanted, I could stop you guys. I'm very cautious that we shouldn't push him to a place where he feels that he has to, whether he wants to or not.
So question suggestions, right? Anybody else? Riven, any thoughts for questions for Sloth?
I'm more wanting to. It's not really revolving around the sword.
okay.
It's really revolving around them and their creation and Eve, because, like, I mean, if Eve is Mum and we tell Mum that they're being assholes and causing problems on purpose, can we get her to put them in the naughty corner? Like, Eve.
So
Eve,
you want to invoke the betrayer to sort out her maybe kids.
her baby kids, and be like, so, like, look at the trauma that you made it so a baby had to kill their mum.
Can you imagine the paperwork, Lockhart, on summoning, like, evil herself?
It's fine, but yeah, it's very much. He seems. He's talking about it like the world was created and then they just kind of stumbled into it and were like, yo, we're here now, and it's just like that fucking early days shit.
Well, he did mention earlier it was just him and the elves of, like, you know, them, and the elves, right, for a while. So yeah.
And then obviously Gian and that created the mortal races for their cycle, which sounds.
And keep in mind, the elves are mortal. They just live a bit
last
longer.
A lot longer.
And he mentioned things get weirder the older they get, so that's something you could ask him about as well. What, like, the weight of that?
Yeah, the idea that we're being recycled for this energy. You know, I don't know if anyone's ever played Legacy of Kain, but the main thing is the elder god in that needs souls to continuously cycle through the wheel, because if the wheel stops turning, everything will go to shit. And he's like, no, please don't let that happen. So it's very similar to that of going, do we stop the wheel turning? What happens? What happens when you stop that wheel turning to everything, considering it's the hub of creation? Because I mean, the sun and the earth not turning don't sound great.
And like the grand cycle being how they get, like, you know, nourished by souls that have like gone through a life and being experienced. Like, why would the gods make an immortal race if they couldn't get those souls back, right? So obviously the elves need to die after a certain period of time, but that's why there are different races that all have varying lifespans. But nobody was meant to live forever in this design, because the whole point is your soul gains experience, the gods consume that, your soul goes back down to gain more experience. And obviously you're not meant to have memory over lifetimes.
Yeah. And you get... he said, like, they live off of us parasitically, but if one of them's literally the earth, we're living pretty parasitically off of them.
Also,
there's
like,
a relationship here.
There was also a devil saying that to you, which arguably takes souls from people to make deals, and thus, so the parasitical comment's very, like, hypocritical on multiple levels, but also very all-encompassing, right?
Yeah.
So like the idea here is that, like, your soul is like a glass bottle, and the gods put it on Earth, and then it fills up with liquid, and that's your experience. And the gods take it back, and they have a nice drink, and then they put the bottle back to fill up again. And when you do a deal with the devils are like, aha, here's now a glass bottle that I now take, and this is now mine.
Yeah.
And I just keep it.
Yeah.
And his idea of his dream was to take all those bottles that could never fully fill and just put them somewhere else where they just never stopped filling.
I was going to say, put them somewhere where they don't stop filling, right?
Yeah. Make a glass bottle.
For the glory of the individual rather than the gods.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, right.
So, but I don't think any of that will benefit us, question-wise.
That's always the curse of my games, right? Where it's like, oh, this lore that we've just discovered, is it relevant to the story arc though, Victor? Next question.
The guy that's gone to the moon. What do you know about that sloth?
There's a man on the moon. Do you want to go check and see if you can find him? His name's Amblin. I believe you. Do you know what? We should drop that on Sloth as we walk out and be like, you should check out for a man named Amblin. He's apparently on the moon. Sloth will go. Sloth will just be like, I'm a head down.
Yeah. But yes, let's pull this back in a bit, right? Lockhart, do you have another question suggestion for Sloth?
No, I think the one thing that was sticking in my mind since quite at the beginning, he sort of said that he doesn't die, he's getting old.
Yeah.
And wasn't quite sure if that was a hint. Yeah, I guess things are changing. Or if something was actually changing the system.
He did bring up hosts. Like, needing hosts. So is it a body?
No,
is he in a body that's getting old and he's like, fucking I need to change again. The meat suit doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I took that differently, more about being like as a ploy for.
Yeah, he hasn't given an indication that he's wearing a meat suit, if that makes sense. He's not said anything like that. And generally, anyone that has seen, I guess, paintings of probably Pride, let's face it, other one would sit for a portrait. But yeah, like they, like they tend to look like the host, like I say host loosely, but they seem to like have a form that they have consistently, right?
They have a standard shape, right? Okay.
Whether or not that can change is a different story, right? They might be able to look like anyone else, right? But there was obviously an interesting choice to possess Loudon, right?
And go and get married.
Yeah, to potentially, well, the only thing Sloth could come up with is, well, you people procreate, right? So maybe that, because your sword works that way, because it's dumb.
It's already done that.
So my... Oh, I had a thought about this. It's escaped me now. That's really annoying.
It's okay, it's getting late, so
Um,
why don't we have a final what's our final question we're putting to Sloth? We need that decided, and then we can obviously pick up next session. So what's the
Right.
final question, gang?
I think the only real question we've got is
Oh.
destroying it.
I wanted to know what he thinks about the elves. Because here's my thinking. Pride had sword number 2, and using that, Pride could fake being the owner of sword number 3.
Mhm.
There's only one sword number 2, so if the other devils are in on it, they can't do this with 3 and 4. But
4 is a hammer, so it's really awkward.
but 1, no one really knows what's up with sword number 1. So the leadership of the elves, in theory, doesn't rely on the swords.
It's because there is no primary leader of the elves, that's why. Like, it was always factional, so technically the first blade was made for, like, Iron Root elves, right? There aren't any. So the other elves, it would be quite a weird way to break a very equilateral triangle left behind if one of them decided, oh, we should have a blade, right? We should lead. And the Goldleaf elves left, or they made somewhere to go and left. So they don't really reside here anymore. They magically fucked off. They do visit every so often for important things, but yeah.
That's a bit bullshit. So they let the devils use their paradise that they built to fucking keep the Fae away, and then the Goldleafs proceed to make a fucking place that they fuck off to.
Well, it sounded like a good idea at the time. It's just poorly executed by the devils. So obviously the Goldleaf, but that's to give you the scope of how powerful Goldleaf elves are. Like, they are.
Yeah, but that's like, ha ha ha.
But
I'm not
also,
gonna take your idea and do it. Now you
it's
can.
it's hard to say
That's
whether the Goldleaf elves have hidden where they are, or have a new place, like what the devil was implying, right? The devil was implying we had a little bubble community within Gian. They were implying we had somewhere else.
Yeah, a whole different dimension.
Whereas that seems to have been used by some machinations of, what helped end the war. And then obviously the Goldleaf elves. It wasn't straight away, it was like a couple of centuries afterwards. But then they were like, yeah, this is messy, we're leaving. But Goldleaf elves still get involved very, very rarely. As I said, it's unlikely any of you have ever seen a Goldleaf elf. Again, Riven, maybe on the rarest occasion, might have seen one if they were super duper lucky because their proximity to the council, right? And because of Hedera, and also Talanis, the countess. So yeah, it's like they just generally don't turn up to meetings because it's almost
not their problem anymore.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like, they don't really feel like they should be weighing in something they checked out of, right? Whereas obviously the Silverthorn definitely think they're way more important than they are, and the Bronzesparks are like pretty chummy with everybody. They were like, wouldn't it be great if we were all best friends? Like, the Bronzesparks are really chill. They're also the only one that don't have their original ruler. The current ruler of the Bronzesparks is not old enough to have been at the Fey War. The other two still have their original rulers. Again, staying that old in this world is not generally not considered a good thing. Things are meant to die in this world.
I'm interested in the rulers of these 3 elfin factions.
2 of them were at the Fey War.
Let's not ask them about the Fae.
Guess who'll all be in attendance for when Vermi turns up. And the Goldleafs do turn up for that. Because obviously if the entire world goes to shit and they open their back door and it's oh, is everything, oh, it's on fire, fuck. Closed door again. Yeah.
So I'm personally thinking that if there was anyone else that might have a devil impersonating their ruler, it would be the Bronzebark and the Silverthorn elves.
Because they don't need a blade to show off that it is them.
And parallel to that, Falkwin being Falkwin, probably sees this as a chance to gain knowledge that others don't have, and would also be keen on just knowing about the first blade. So I would be interested in asking Sloth whether they know anything about the first blade, or whether they think any of the other devils might consider trifling with the two elven tribes that are still here.
What's the thoughts, gang? Is there any other suggestions for a question, or do we like one of those? If so, please present it.
But nothing. I don't trust to ask him about something to help a fae.
That's okay. I think that's a good position to have, is maybe don't bring up the fae that made him change his posture.
Yep. That's all Riven's really focused on.
So, our options then for questions seem to be regarding, I guess, elves, or the first blade, or destroying the second blade, I think were the main suggestions. Was I missed any obvious suggestions, or was that the...
I would definitely start with the elves.
Okay, how would you word that question, Lockhart?
Careful.
Of course, yes, a good start. Yes.
I guess if you wanted to know specifically about the blades, being like, try and make a bit about him, being like, or second to build any of the blades were there when you see the first wielder, first blades. See that.
Do you like that? I mean, any changes, suggestions for people, or are we happy with that as a question?
That works.
Yeah? Okay, so do you want to just have that be how you posed it then, or would you like to edit it in any way? Happy with that? Yeah, so I think the last thing that we close out on is Sloth kind of leaning back, slightly more relaxed now that we've kind of like talked about the fae for a bit. And he goes, well, I was the first wielder of the second blade, aye, but I mean, technically I was the first wielder of any blade. The first blade was Brannon L. And that's where I'm ending that. So that's the end of the session. Yeah, so it's a name, as in a person was the first blade.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll put that in the chat as well. I think that's how I spelled it anyway. So, that was session 1. Plus
so Branadel is Galadriel. I've got it headcanoned already.
Not played by Kate Blanchett, no.
Kal-El and Zap Brannigan.
And the
Imagine.
assumption is that this Brennan L was a Iron Root elf, I'm guessing. That's my assumption for now.
I couldn't possibly say until next session.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. So, let's name this session, shall we? And we'll just move straight on to that, and then we can get ourselves dearly departed. So...
I think I have a reasonable one, but I feel like...
I have a suggestion as well. I'll pop it in chat. So at this point what we do is we just vote on session titles. So I'll pop that in Demon Blade Arc. Have you pasted it somewhere else?
I'm going to take this one from the chat, but it's not my suggestion.
Okay.
One we've used a million times.
That is good, to be fair, I did enjoy that.
But yes, it does actually come up.
It does. It's because Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon's a great, like, just statement, full stop. So, yeah, customizing it's really good.
Oh, also, Victor, yeah, that is Ewan.
Alright, I assumed so. Hello, Ewan. Wave, if he's still watching, or if they're still watching, sorry.
Yeah, he.
That's what he was wearing on my.
That fits.
That's, I mean, yeah, it probably was totally slippers, right? Like, if Crocs were in this world, they would be Crocs.
No!
Okay, so now we need to do react voting, so please vote. And we'll see where those go. You get one vote. You get one vote. Unless you're Colin and you just decide to play the rebel and vote for everything.
Cause problems on purpose.
And I'll tie break what I need to.
I have one more suggestion.
Okay, yeah, pop in.
I want to vote for the Devil Wears Slippers because I love the reference.
And I'll read them out just for obviously the people watching at
But
home, and you mostly.
never-
So,
Sure.
Devil's Advocate, The Devil You Know, Crouching Moron, Hidden Badass, Dinner with the Devil, Dance with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight, although maybe the Batman movie will sue us, The Devil Wears Slippers, and Falkwin, awesome.
that was not my suggestion. I feel the need to-
That was me. He's Falcon awesome.
I'm going to rescind Dance the Devil because I feel like it's going to come up another time. And be
Gotta set up a nice pale moonlight night. We've got a werecrow fighting a devil. Which devil could it be? I wonder.
But it's going to come up.
Yeah. Okay, so we have one vote currently, and there are definitely 4 of you. So Alexander has voted, so I need the rest of you to also vote on things, please. And I'll tie break if I have to.
Can I give a third of a vote? It's
No,
3 different
no, you
things.
can't. Just pick your most favourite and we'll judge you accordingly.
No, they're all good. Okay, if the slippers showed up in the session, it would have been the Devil Wears Slippers.
Okay.
There were no slippers.
Okay.
Please give one of the devils a pair of slippers for a future session, so we can choose that name then.
Okay, another vote in. Good. Oh, okay, yep.
Oh no!
That-
I'm gonna.
That's okay. That means that we then have a winner, Crouching Moron, Hidden Badass, which I do believe was technically inspired by Ewan's comments. So hey,
It was definitely.
Yay.
Yeah. I'm taking no credit for that one.
So I mean, you did submit it as a comment, but yes, that is that done. Yeah, everyone can add an XP. Ewan, you can have an XP as well. Way. Hold on to it well, because one day you may be on a game too. It's the dangerous slippery slope of knowing me. But yes, you all get an XP for that. I think some reasonable progress was made, if not about the actual problem you have, just about the problems the world could have and did have. You did unpack a lot about what has happened and could happen. So yes, but yes, Crouching Moron, Hidden Badass is pretty good. Wrap up chat time. Let's go in reverse order. Riven.
Welcome to the party, Sean. I do hope you enjoyed your session. Very fun, very good that we all together. Yay! Looking forward to hopefully having
It's been fun.
Hannah in the next one so the chaos can ensue. I am genuinely looking forward to Myr'ra and Falkwin just geeking out magically over stuff. It's going to be adorable. So glad to be back. Missed it. It's always a lot of fun. Great choice for Sloth.
Billy Connolly,
That was
yes.
Billy Connolly just as Sloth. Actually, perfect casting.
Thank you.
It's eternally he's wearing slippers, and I just want him and Lauren Spellenbone Vampire to have a conversation because that would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Again, big lore drops. It always happens right at the start of our arcs, and you're just like, oh, fucking so much information. My brain confused. Yep. First blade wasn't a blade because, of course, the elves are fucking nonsense fucks. God damn it, never something anything. And then the dwarves were just like, fine, we'll make ours a hammer because you didn't even have a sword. I bet you that's how that conversation went.
How do you know it's not
Definitely 100%.
Excalibur? Yeah. How do you
I will
know?
sing that.
Excalibur.
I will Arriba, Excalibur. He's not from the United Kingdom, and there is no California for him to go to, so like it can't be. But thank you so much again for running. It's so good to be playing again
Yeah, same.
with
I'm really enjoying it.
you and Alex and Chris. Like, missed yous. Looking forward to more shenanigans, more nonsense, more being talked out of stuff. And Nori definitely gonna need to learn how to run fast as fuck because the devils are here. They're here in high volumes.
I do love that we couldn't have rolled for a better person to be the sword bagman, right? Like it was
I
just.
think it's perfect. I think it is actually genuinely perfect.
It's like, who would they think we wouldn't pick? Give them the sword. Yeah. And I feel like everybody that's played, like including like Scott, Dylan, and Hannah, would all be like, no, it has to be Nori, right? Like it's the least expected. But yes.
100%.
Yeah. No, again, thank you for coming back with us as well, Nat. Always a pleasure, as you know. I'm just eager at the fact that we've got some nice consistency with some returning characters as well, so the plot feels consistent and, relevant. Starting afresh with new people would be fine, but it's nice having some of the, I guess, consequences follow us, which has been good. Nori.
As Nat said, it's great being back. I've missed it. With all the moving of houses, this distraction is perfect.
Yay.
Trust me, I've been thinking about it. I now have 8 XP points I need to
you now have to
do
spend.
something with now.
Yeah.
That I now need to spend. So yeah, it's not a case of I can hold on to them anymore. They need to be gone.
As long as you go under the threshold, though, you're good, right?
Yeah.
You could spend 4 and hold 4 if you wanted.
I'll get rid of
But
them
that's
both.
2. I was going to say it's 2
Tier
advances,
2.
right? So that's
Yeah.
pretty good. So that might even, is that enough to get you to tier 2?
It is.
That's
tier 2.
That's a big bump. So
Yep.
definitely worth it. Definitely.
So I'll sort that out for the next session. Talk that through with you
Yeah,
at some
shall do.
stage. As for tonight's game, ever wish for just a dungeon crawl? You give us an awful lot to think about.
I am sorry.
There is no simple answer to anything that we're doing here. I just want to take the sword and dump it in the volcano and end it, but that's not going to work. We know that's.
I mean, who's going to go in after it in a volcano, right? Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's great being back. It really is. It's just so much fun.
I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. And it is, I have to admit, I know it was a lot to throw at you guys, but like Nat says, I do have some patterns I do follow, and like having some, characters, I guess, weighty in the world's plot as Sloth, have some exposition with you guys. It's a good character to deliver some of that because they've been around for a while. You obviously ask interesting questions as well about little bits that maybe aren't necessarily relevant to what you've been tasked with, but when has it ever been relevant to what you've been tasked with, right? When? It's always an excuse to sit around the table in theory together.
That's another problem, isn't it?
Yeah, right. It always is. And weirdly, you have done really well, right, so far. Yeah, it's been good. We'll see if this arc continues.
Haven't completely invited death and ruin on the whole world just yet.
No, not yet.
It's still early.
Yeah, it's only session 1. And we got a new person to break in, right? So we got to go easy in session 1.
Yeah.
Alexander, aka Lockheart. All good?
Welcome, Sean. Now you're in one of us. Falkwin, despite how much I kept trying to call him Falkland. or even just Balkan. There's
Yeah.
several things that will
Yep,
take me.
the gymnastics. Yep.
And yeah, Aluben. You're going to annoy Aluben. And I'm not going to apologize. No, lovely to back. Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but just to see characters again. Also being a bit more into kind of Riven's home bit. Like, she'd be the one showing us around. It's slightly less big spouse.
A beautiful wife.
I think Sloth was in like top 2 that I was guessing.
Okay.
It was pretty high up there. Glad we got to meet him. Say it has broadened the scope of a little bit of what we're dealing with. It's like, right, we're going to break the wheel. Does that have to be that wheel? like death and okay.
Yeah, Sloth was ambitious, right? Yeah.
It's a little bit bigger than my my administrative training has here, but we'll give it a go.
Well, I have this book of law about Denk law, and doesn't quite prepare you for the scale. Yeah, like a celestial civil war.
But we'll have some great precedents that we can draw out from this, so that we can apply to this as well. Verme's going to be so happy with the things that I bring in. We won't find our king's or our queen's guard yet, but that's new laws.
Yeah, it's only been 2 weeks, right? That's not important to have in place when devils are after the queen. Nope, definitely not.
And nebulous they.
And they, the nebulous they.
So, back. Organized with always Viktor.
Of course. You know me. It is a sickness, not a pleasure. So yes, and Falkwin.
Hey, thanks for having me, everyone. It's been a great first session. Yeah, Falkwin. I didn't know how he was going to look or play or feel until I started RPing him, to be honest. He went through a number of iterations and concepts. Maybe some of them will like come back in some form as like some element of his backstory. I don't know. At one point he was going to be like refugeed by raiding pirates. Maybe that won't be the case after all. But, yeah. And like the magic item geek side of things was like there in theory, I guess, but I wasn't expecting to turn him into Deku to the extent that I did. I'm kind of glad I did though. That was fun. But yeah, I'm really excited to see where this story goes. That was fun. This is my first time being onboarded into an ongoing campaign as well, which is interesting.
I mean, how dare you? This story arc's completely self-contained, with no lead-in time needed at all.
Why do you lie? Why do you lie to your friends?
And it's only a one shot anyway, so
Yeah, that's
fun.
It's a fun shot, not a one shot. Fun shot, legally distinct. Yeah.
I'm curious now whether the pace, like the amount of material we got through tonight, is.
Well, let me ask you a question before I get attacked. Was this a lot of material, or was it not a lot of material in your opinion, based on this pacing? Since you're new to us as a group.
Oh,
yeah, take that deflection.
Is there a correct answer?
It felt like good pacing to me.
Very well done.
I feel like if it had gone, yeah. I feel like if it had gone much faster than that, then there would have been a risk of just going sort of scene to scene a little too businesslike.
Mm.
And if it had gone much slower than that, then yeah, nothing would have happened, I guess.
I think you'll.
We did get to meet a devil.
Yeah.
We got that
For
far,
sure.
so that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good.
Who was that suit that delivered that letter? Who just like vanished? Like.
I imagine Sloth probably has a lot of people in his employ.
No chef though.
Lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so stuff happened, but we also played for 5 hours. So I guess I'm not fully calibrated yet on how much time you allowed at the start for like onboarding and getting into.
Yeah, I think we started about 6:30, 7:15, I think, roughly. When we actually started, and then we have been running for 5 hours, 3 minutes, 31 seconds live. So it's not an insignificant amount of time. But I feel like when people are having conversations with each other, it's important that those characters like naturally discuss things that make sense. It's why like I wanted to end on a specific question with a specific answer. I got quite a decent ending, to be honest. You picked a good question to land on. It could have been a very dull answer that we ended session 1 on, but I feel like finding out that the first blade seems to be a person is probably quite cool. So yeah, I like that. But beyond that, I think good for a session. I think you integrated well. I think we all have a good sense of who Falkwin is, because he did seem like an excitable academic, let's face it. I'm excited to see Myr'ra and Falkwin nerd out magically over stuff as well. I think that'll be fun. And then having Aluben rolling their eyes, being like, no, there's 2 of them now. Like,
what the fuck is Aluben?
And also,
I wasn't willing to be rude, but what the fuck is that?
Yes, also, what the fuck is Aluben is a good session title. Maybe we need to hold on to that for one further in the arc, maybe. But yes.
What about how is Aluben?
And where? And why? But yes, thank you all for playing, and we're going to say goodbye because we're way over on time tonight. So thanks everybody that watched, and specifically thanks Ewan that watched and interacted. That was fun. And yeah, we'll speak to the audience another time. I don't even know when we're running next, but we'll deal with all that offline. See you later, everybody. Goodbye.
Good night.
Night, everyone.